All right, we are live.
Whee!
Oh, crap. We're doing it.
Hello and welcome. I am Ronnke, your GM, and joining me today in order of their character avatars, we have Mel, FX Engineer, Gigaman.
So I keep forgetting them.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. And Rigel Kent. Today we embark on our Star Wars campaign titled Vanguard, using the very awesome and versatile GURPS system by Steve Jackson Games. Not everyone can watch the live stream, but worry not, our sessions are available on YouTube and as audio-only podcasts. You can find the links in the video description. If you find our content appealing and engaging, we kindly request that you show your support by liking this video and subscribing to our Twitch and YouTube channels. Before we dive into the action, does anyone have any character business they'd like to address?
I don't know. It's been so long since we ran. I don't know what I did.
Who am I playing?
Forgotten your character?
Yep.
I think you were the Wookiee. I'll take that as a no for character stuff.
Sure.
All right, well, quick recap. We left off where you guys were investigating the city of Pallas, which had gone dark or gone silent a little while back. You suspect, well, the official cover story was that there was an accident that required evacuation. The accident was failure of the environmental shields. People were evacuated, but you guys thought this is a little bit fishy and decided to go and investigate. And as expected, you did find some fishiness. The environmental shields did in fact fail, but it was an act of sabotage. And upon a little further investigation, you found out that there's a bunch of people that have refused to leave Pallas, and they are being systematically hunted by the Empire. You guys investigated or wanted to find out where the Empire were stationed, because these patrols and such had to come from somewhere, and Empire HQ is some 600 or something miles away, so they must have a much closer base of operations. You did in fact find that location. I think I got a picture of it. Yep. That location was nestled in the canyons, and appears to be an old mining facility. However, it is currently under Imperial Guard, and they have installed some sort of makeshift defenses, some cannons and the sort, and you see stormtroopers doing their rounds around this facility. In finding this place, you did have an encounter with some scout troopers or biker scouts, which you managed to neutralize. And I think you suspect you have a little bit of time before it becomes known that those scouts are no longer with us.
Not much time, if anything, because there was a walker that we buzzed.
Yes. The communications problems that others experience, you seem to be experiencing the same in these canyons. So you imagine that that walker. If it's not in communications range at the moment, it probably won't be long before it isn't. Then that walker can sound the alarm.
Maybe we should go take the walker.
Well,
And didn't we find some like medical equipment that was out of place, out of the ordinary?
oh,
Right. We saw the dude be getting carted out in the high-tech medical thing.
Yes. This is a mining facility, but you did see a Imperial transport show up, and loaded onto that transport was like a, cryo tube or cryo container, which appeared to have a body in it, and that's a bit of medical equipment that you would not expect to find at a mining facility. Did we have? We did. We had this image as well.
Oh, yeah.
right.
That's never a bad sign when there's, hexes on it.
They're not hexes. They're just borders.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of little borders.
That are curiously hex-shaped?
JPEG artifacts.
Right. So we need to find a way in, but going in the front door is a terrible idea. Unless we want to kill everybody here.
Well, if we do want to take that walker, we know anybody can do it.
That's right. I've seen Return of the Jedi. I got a jetpack. You can land on the
Swing
top.
over there with stone-tipped spears and just open the hatch and pull everybody out.
Oh, I was just thinking, land on the top with my jetpack, open the hatch, and shoot them.
Or roll some logs down in, not logs, rocks down into the canyon. It'll trip and explode.
Mind-eating tree ninjas.
Yeah, but we can't drive it after it explodes.
You could indeed do any one of those things.
Right. And we had, or at least Luck left the droid there to act as a recorder, so anything, in case, hey, they suddenly drop a legion of Imperial Royal Guardsmen there, we can go, no, we're not going to go back there after all. Just the tall, dark dude with the cape and the heavy breathing.
He won't make an entrance yet.
That's true. Tina hasn't started trying to become a Jedi type yet.
Oh, that was something else worth mentioning. Tina felt something that she hasn't felt since she was in the presence of her mother. Her mother being a former Jedi.
Okay, so it's a mine.
What are we trying to accomplish? Are we
We want to know
just,
what's going on
scouting?
there.
About
we're
to
still
say,
sort of
what's
in
our
scout-
objective?
Ultimately, we want to know what they're doing down there. I mean, they killed a lot of people to, cover this up.
Well, we
But-
don't have to enter the facility to find out what they're doing here.
I forget. Remind me. We took a mission, right, from the
No,
rebel? No.
no, this is just something we're like, what's going on?
Yeah,
This
you're
is our
acting under
plan,
your
dang
own
it.
thing.
We have altruistic goals?
Sure.
I think Bosco thinks that there might be some way to make some money off of this somehow.
Well, he might think that now. He probably didn't think that when we started. At any rate, so what did they do with the cryo?
They loaded it in the shuttle and it left. The shuttle left.
So
As I
there's no
recall.
looking at that now.
Yes, it did leave. And I guess you could guesstimate from its departure trajectory, it was heading back to Minerva, the capital.
Man, it'd be really bad if there was, some dude out here with the equivalent of a stinger. Just go all Mujahideen on these guys and randomly shoot down their shuttles.
Well, it seems like at this point we basically got two choices. We either go in immediately or we go back and get the walker. Either way, we're on a bit of a time crunch.
Yeah, I think I am potentially leaning towards the walker initially, because if nothing else, we can prevent them from, ideally prevent them from getting into range to contact these guys. Like, hey, yeah, there's some speeders that are running around and they killed some speeder bikes or speeder troopers. And also, if we take any of them, we can theoretically interrogate them. They may know what's going on.
Viable option. I think we also worked out that if reinforcements were to be called, it would be an hour-ish before they sort of arrive, unless there's forces nearby.
Yeah, I think that's what we determined. So do we want to go? Everybody rush off and go get killed by this ATST?
Well, if we spread out, it can't get all of us at once.
I'm game. I really want to drive one of those things.
We got a spare guy with us, don't we?
You do.
Yes.
You have this guy. Where is he? He is one of the locals that refused to evacuate. Or one of the sort of handful of people that are staying in Pallas.
All right. So if we go after the walker, we don't know its exact position. Can we find that?
You could find it. It's just a matter of retracing your steps. You know, the walker is sort of confined to these canyons, so it's can't get too far.
Well, what do we know about walkers in terms of security, like tactics? Can we like hack into it remotely? How do we take over one?
We land on the top. We open the hatch. We whack the driver and the gunner, and voila, it's ours.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot else to do with it. Now, if we
Except you
got
don't have a
canyon
Wookiee.
like
You
this,
need a Wookiee to pull that off.
Yeah, but he had to go off and go on vacation.
it would be better with a Wookiee. But right now, we only got one jetpack, so Luck's going to be on his own for the most part.
This won't end badly at all, will it?
Of course not.
I guess the rest of us could distract it.
Wondering, do I have assets for this?
Probably not.
Let's see.
Well, he had a walker token.
I think I do have a walker.
I do have a mag grapple, so technically I could climb up.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, once we identify where it's at, we just sort of like get above it if it's in these stupid canyons, and then easy peasy. You can shoot your mag grapple at it, and voila.
Do we all fit inside of a walker?
Not an ATST, no.
You get
I'm gonna say
3 or 4.
I think it's a max of 3, and that's going to be cramped. Because I think it's just like a driver, a gunner, and you can have a passenger, but they're really cramped. People can be on the outside, though, if they dare. And then there's also the whole who actually drives it. I don't think any of us have that skill.
Didn't we have that conversation already?
I think we did, but still. What did we determine? Was it driving?
Driving mecha, I think, is the skill. Which would default to other driving, I imagine.
Does anybody have driving?
So
I think most of us ended up with piloting.
So it would default to Dex -5? Dex -4? Or no?
Whoosh. 0 points. I have a 7 in it.
Yeah, add 4 for routine if we're not doing anything particularly fancy.
But more importantly, I have the gunner skills, so somebody else could drive and I can just shoost.
How big is one of those things?
What, size-wise? As
Well,
in height?
I'm thinking width.
That's an interesting question. Let me see. According to Wikipedia, it is 6.4 meters tall and 4.5 meters wide, with a height depth of 9.04 meters. Yeah, they have pilots, 2, driver and gunner, passengers, room for 1, cramped.
So what was it? 4.5 meters wide.
Yes.
So 5
So-
yards.
1, 2, 3.
They're about. Now you got that as an actual token.
Everybody's going to tune in to watch us die horribly from the chicken walker. That would be really, really funny.
All right, now we need a canyon.
Nosh comes back and he's like, "All right, I'm back." And you're like, "Yeah, we're all completely different characters because a chicken walker killed us all." It was super tragic.
I don't know about y'all, but I can't wait to fail the driving rolls on this.
They are quite large compared to a person if they're 5 yards wide.
Well, yeah. Of course, the question I was in the process of asking is, where is that measured? Is that at the feet or is that at the head?
I would assume that's at the feet. That's its widest point.
But just looking at the scale right there, that looks about right. Okay. Canyon. Get above it. Jetpack. Possibly grapples. Not much else to it.
May end up needing to do like stealth to get close enough to where
Maybe.
we.
Right. Bosco had that. I keep forgetting the initials. The electronic detection gear.
Yeah.
But it may not actually be transmitting. It probably is transmitting. It just can't get anywhere.
Man, looking at those eye ports, get a decent location as one of them coming up there. You could just snipe the two pilots.
Yeah, you could probably do that if you get a good spot. You'd have to get lucky though and hope that it's coming your direction.
Are they actually open? Is there armored glass there? Are they like periscopes where you're not actually seeing the actual people?
I'm going to assume, and you could assume that they are closed because of the toxic environment.
That does make sense, yeah. So previous comment about sniping them retracted.
But if they're closed, they could be opened, right?
Yes. They could be forced open. Picture.
All right, so that is the plan. You're going to go and ambush this walker and hopefully try and commandeer it, or at least stop it from reporting in.
That's the first 12%.
I don't think I have a canyon map.
Check that link I just put in the boards there.
So, question for GM. I uploaded the little droid guy that I created. So he's on there now as a character. Is he okay to plan to use, or do I need to come up with a way to bring him in the loop? Or
He's always been there.
okay.
He's like your backpack droid, right?
Yeah, kind of. He's a little tiny spider. Kind of like pocket droid.
I see what you're thinking. Find a way to just sort of deploy him onto the walker to sneak into place and then vent the stuff.
Yep, that's kind of what I was thinking. Pop open the eye holes.
Or the top hatch.
Yep.
Or both.
Something like that. Yep, something like that.
Because, there's next to no chance that the driver and gunner are actually properly suited up inside if that is a pressurized thing. Because they're military. They're just not going to be, unless they're under attack.
Keep in mind, the atmosphere, while it's toxic, it's not like kill you dead in minutes sort of thing. You'll get sick and feel really bad, and would then succumb if you're exposed for a long time.
Yeah, not going to kill them, but it'll definitely make it a lot harder for them to fight back.
It would certainly be a distraction.
Especially if the hatch opens up and a guy drops in and shoots them or knifes them or something. Man, it's so much better with a Wookiee here.
Yeah, Nosh. It's all your fault that everyone's going to die now.
All his fault.
Do I have a canyon map?
Did you check the link that I put?
Yes, I'll use that one if I don't have an animated one.
I would think a canyon wouldn't be all that, I don't know, animated.
He just wants the little wind stuff, like in this one.
Actually, I think the only canyon I've got is actually animated, but it's animated for chases, so it's actually moving.
Oh. Well, how fast is it moving?
I'm curious now. I want to see it.
I'll find it.
Eventually.
Keep planning your thing.
Yeah, first we need to locate him, and since this area is all in canyons, we just need to get elevated, probably like either side. What is the mobility capabilities of the droid? H4XR. Wait, he's never going to refer. Luck is never going to refer to it as anything but the droid.
Yeah.
It's Haxer.
Haxer. Yes, it is Haxer. So
the spider droid. That
yeah,
thing.
so he is ground based, so he can't fly or anything. Move of 5.
Okay, so it's pretty slow in that case.
Climbing's at 14. So once he gets on there, he should be able to scoot on up. But
how big is it?
I don't really know. I think when I talked about it before, he was like palm sized.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Luck's droid can't pick it up and fly it.
Yeah, I didn't come up with a weight or anything. I figured it was negligible because,
It's your droid.
Well, it would have to be really light because that Mark IV droid that I have only has a freaking strength of 3. I don't know where that came from. That seems really, 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 really light.
Well, it's a small droid. No, I'm betting that Shadowrun site that we were using a while back that has a bunch of drones on it probably has something pretty close.
Well, I just used the thing in Ultra Tech. It was like Scout. Where was that? Let me see. Ultra Tech. Like a survey droid or something like that.
So I may or may not have used the Chat GPT to generate this droid because it's just appropriate for a droid.
Dirty cheater. Yeah, I don't think
sure. Is that more of a cheating than me just going, hey, there's this sort of kind of exploration robot thing in Ultra Tech. I'm just going to use that.
That is perfectly normal RPG behavior to grab a piece of equipment out of the book and just leave it as is.
Scout robot. Yeah.
I don't think the droid is going to work here, because if we have to open something, then somebody's going to have to open it, in which case they could just shoot the guys.
Yeah, that's fair.
But we will definitely probably need it when we go to the facility.
Now, he might can ride with Luck and help him because he does
That's possibly
have,
true.
he has lock picking at 16 and a whole bunch of electronics operation, security, sensors, etc.
Right.
If I recall, Nim's lockpicking is like ridiculously high.
Yeah, but you can't put Nim in your backpack.
You could carry him like Andre the Giant carried Princess Buttercup in Princess Bride.
Now I kind of want to see the Wookiee do that. Carrying Nim like that. That would be funny. And
No,
Nim's
she
like,
ruined
"Not-
everything.
I know, right?" And Nim is like, "I am really not comfortable."
All right, let's see. Oh no, I'm gonna have to convert it. Damn it! Keep talking. Keep planning.
Yeah, well, I'm also figuring with regards to the upper hatch. I'm sort of thinking of the kind of hatches in the army when I was active. Is those things weren't really secured. They were just like pulled down and shut. And she's like, "Yeah, okay."
Well, once again, Return of the Jedi. They just dropped
Yeah, they just
down there and opened
dropped
it.
in, opened it up.
I mean, unless they're actually expecting somebody to break in, it's probably not going to be locked.
But yeah, so I'm thinking, once we identify where it's at, we can sort of like go, okay, it's heading in that direction. So we do a wide around to sort of like be in front of it and get on either side, and get elevated.
Right. I was going to ask how fast it was.
According to Wikipedia, it has a. Where's it at? I just saw that. Maximum speed is 90 kilometers an hour.
That is relatively fast compared to walking.
Did that share?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Here's its stats.
All right, so we're going to have to get out ahead of it then and wait for it to catch up, unless we can actually get it to stop.
Here.
But I guess the rest of us don't really have to.
We're on speeder bikes, remember? So we can sweep wide around it and get in front of it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sort of wondering how those things are stored, because I was kind of presuming that the legs would be, it'd sort of be like lowered down.
I imagine it'd be like an ostrich, laying or sitting down.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that as well.
But I think every time you see them, they are standing up, and there's like
Yeah.
catwalks to them.
Yeah, I was scrolling through trying to see if there was some reference to them being stored or stowed. Just looking at it, though, I'm not actually sure it could do that. Maybe. Doesn't matter. Although I might be thinking for the future if we manage to keep it.
All right, nearly good.
Yeah, that's it. Every time we go on a mission, we come back with some piece of new equipment, and we end up building our own mercenary band.
Well, yeah, that's what we're going to need it for the finale. We'll have a couple people in the walker and a couple people in the starship, and maybe get one of those juggernauts. Totally dibs on the actual AT-AT.
Yes, it actually loaded.
What loaded?
The map I converted. Oh, the clouds don't look all that good, but anyway. Here we go.
Sweet, it's a snowfield.
Well, the hexes are going to need to be a little bit tighter than that, or the walker's not going to fit.
So,
Ah, sweet. There's like a known modification for this thing. We'll have to keep in mind down the road, where you can have a gun turret, not a turret, but like a panel mount on the roof for another gunner.
Well, seems reasonable.
For the
Oh,
poor
there you go.
bastard who's super exposed. And because they're assholes, they're totally stomping and shooting that poor tree.
trying to. They're trying to shoot it, but they keep missing for some reason.
Cool. All right, so
All right, so give me a navigation roll, someone,
navigation.
to try and find your way back to where the walk was.
Does anyone have the navigation skill?
Not for planetary use.
I was afraid of that.
Let me check something real quick.
Navigation gland. Oof. That's a 7 for me. I'm presuming someone is smarter than me and can default it higher.
Is it a -5?
Maybe.
So
It
we're
might be other
Towards-
navigation minus something.
so we're looking to retrace our path back to the walker. Is that what we're trying to do?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
you have that absolute direction
Yep.
thing.
Tina's got absolute direction, so she should be able to retrace the path back to the guy.
I think
Or at
that
least
just
where we
requires
saw
an IQ roll.
No, it doesn't say
I don't
anything
think it
about an
does.
IQ. No, it says
Okay.
always.
All right, not a problem. You can retrace your steps. Let me get you all on the map here.
Not the Wookiee. The Wookiee's back with the other people, right?
Yes. At least for now he is.
Because he's on vacation. A nerve.
Alright, so situate yourselves however you want to do it. Let's do a tactics roll for planning points.
I can attempt that.
Alright, so
tried to
you'll
fail.
have 1 planning point.
Man. Such a decent skill and keep rolling crap. Okay, so
What's your plan?
Yeah. What's our plan?
yeah, so we are going to wait until it is, passing us by, and then Luck at the very least is going to utilize his jetpack to go down. And I think Nim was talking about Spider-Manning with the mag grapple. And once, at least once Luck is on the roof, he's gonna open it up and try to take it.
Where do you want to situate your speeder bikes? Just in case this goes wrong and they start walking around corners and go, oh, there's some speeder bikes. Let's blow those up.
That would be funny.
So are we basically just waiting for it to show up here?
That seems like it was the probable patrol location.
So we'll park the bikes over there, and I guess Nim's going to have to get at ground level.
That's bold. Double check something, actually. Right. So, does anyone else want to do the crazy crap that Nim is doing? Because I actually do have an electromagnetic autograpnel in my utility belt.
Actually, that was standard utility belt stuff.
I'm not sure. Let me double check.
Because if it's stormtrooper
Actually,
belt stuff,
don't
then we
think it
basically all
is.
have them.
I don't think it is standard.
So you have your bikes parked down there?
No, I don't know. We wouldn't park them down that low.
Well, you don't exactly have much choice.
We got people up at the top of the canyon, so they're probably not going to park at the bottom and then climb up.
Well, I'm just thinking whoever is not inside the walker, we're gonna get left behind if it speeds up.
2 grappling hooks. Which, yeah, I do remember Luke using a grappling hook from the thing. But
We
that is
can
just
try
a
to
grappling hook.
We could try to tangle its legs if we run the
No, we
the
don't
speeders.
want to. We don't want to actually wreck it. I don't know that we actually discussed that. I was thinking of pulling a Return of the Jedi here and actually driving it back into the base.
Well, my first objective is like, second objective after we've captured it is interrogate these guys and see if we can find out from them what's going on. In case they know, I have no idea if they don't know or not, but it's a possibility. And if that in that case, if it's one of those where it's like, yeah, they're doing this thing and you can't use blasters in there because it'll cause half the planet to blow up, then we're like, okay, that's very good knowledge to have. So no, it does not look like the electromagnetic or the autograpnel is standard equipment. I do remember actively purchasing it, but there are grappling hooks, which if you're particularly bold, why'd everybody get so quiet?
Everyone that's going up on top of the rocks, give me a climbing roll. I'm basically crit hunting here. Climbing defaults to strength or dex -5, I think. We have Nim and Bosco.
Is this
You
a
said at the
universe roll?
top.
No, this is climbing.
Oh god. I don't have climbing.
Nim's on the floor.
What is the default climb?
Strength or dex -5.
Yeah, just don't roll a 15.
Close.
Well, he failed by 8, while the rest of us are at least.
I'm gonna use my luck. I might as well.
Well, he didn't. He did say he was crit hunting. That's not a crit.
Well, you using your luck or not?
Okay. Yeah. Oh man. Well, failure by 7 is my best.
All right.
Wow.
Note the time.
Fail by 7 is your best. Ouch. Did you get Mel's dice tonight?
Apparently.
Yeah, probably should put a point into that, maybe.
Nah. What are the chances he'll ever use it again?
That's true.
All right, so you've worked out your plan?
Yep.
Get him.
Right.
Someone
so
should do the sound effects.
Camouflage. I don't remember what the damn sound effects even sound like. Go clonk.
It's kind of that chunky
Clonk, clonk, clonk,
Chunky
clonk,
metallic.
clonk, 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 clonk.
You'd know it if you heard it.
Okay. Nim, are you camouflaging yourself or doing anything?
Just get behind a big rock.
Are you going for complete cover?
Yes.
All right, so you can't see this thing.
Can hear it.
No. I feel confident I will understand its location.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Where are you going? You need to move me back.
The
So there's
pilot
like
says, "Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were doing something."
Yeah, because it's in
Cut.
the target.
Beep,
Reset.
beep, 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 as it reverses.
It's like standing on one leg as it's like, trying to shake something off the other foot. So
All
I
right.
do believe this is where we go for it. Scramble out of concealment and charge. And nobody did say that they were going to take the auto grapnel. Is that correct? I guess it would have just been
That is correct, but nobody said that.
Bosco or Tiny if they had wanted it.
Sounds like Bosco's a no-go on the climbing, so
Right.
Yeah, he's not
Okay.
very, he's pretty intelligent,
not
but
his
not very
bag.
athletic.
That's
Giant metal
exactly
spear.
right. That is exactly right. Okay, so Luck is going
Except
to...
these walkers are made by Toyota.
oh, what a feeling.
So Luck is going to come out of concealment, do the jetpack and land on the roof.
Damn it! I should have done the walkers as not a token, as a separate layer.
Yep.
You could probably... Can you do that now?
Let's see.
If you can remember how to do it.
I know. I had that did that all on my apocalypse map, and then it's like, this is great, and then it's like 2 weeks later, I'm like, how the hell did I do that again?
Because you got to do it as the stamp in order to get it the fine-tuned direction.
That's right. So brush, damp tool. Oh, huge.
This big brother showed up. Now the GM's like, how do I resize again?
Yeah, there are
Yeah.
like two different ways you end up with the stamp tool, and one way it doesn't work right, the other way it's good.
Ah, it's one of the control keys or something. Damn it. There used to actually be a help menu.
Did they remove that?
I'm not seeing it. Here we go. Shift mouse wheel to rotate, control mouse to scale.
And you have to be directly over it, because I remember running into issues where it would like start to scale and then you'd miss it and go, ah!
No,
No.
you should be able to select the select the layer or whatever it is, and it should have the handles on it.
I think that's the wrong stamp.
Our professional GM at work, guys. I'd give you
Shut
more
it.
crap if it. I'd give you more crap if I hadn't suffered the exact same thing. And its big brother went away. Then its little brother showed up. Didn't you teach me how to do this, Brian?
I probably did, but that doesn't say much.
Yeah, I think that's the right one. Maybe. Should maximize this.
You've got to size it before you
No, not
stamp it.
necessarily. You should be able to adjust the size after you've stamped it. That doesn't mean you can't. Ooh, that's cool. How do you move it?
I can move it.
Pretty close. Probably close enough for government work. Except now it's climbing up. There we go.
That'll do.
All right.
How tall did you say that thing was?
It's like 9 meters. Let me double check. Click, 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 click. Height is 8.6 meters.
9 meters.
All right. What an ordeal
So
that was.
How tall is the rock we're on?
Taller.
10 meters. 11 meters. Oh my God, it's getting taller. Okay, so back to before whatever the crazy happened there. So Luck is going to trigger the pack and ideally land on its roof. And
All
I
right.
suspect that's all he's going to be able to do for whatever this pseudo round is.
Okay, maneuver yourself on top of the walker.
Woo, buddy! I looked awesome doing it. That's the wrong one. It was a flight pack and not contragravity, but the skills are the same, so he is success by 7.
All right, give me a universe reaction roll on a. We'll say these guys are relatively incompetent. On a poor or better, the hatch is unlocked.
I got a neutral.
So they are lazy. They do not bother locking the hatch. It hasn't
You know,
become It hasn't become mandatory yet.
You don't understand. This is perfectly normal debt behavior. In fact, we're lucky that they're not sticking their heads out of the hatch.
If this was a better planet, then the hatch would probably be open with one of them just sort of standing there and looking around. That would be the gunner, because there's only two here instead of, it's like, come on, man.
Well, unless I got a passenger and they're acting as TC.
But the standard operating procedure changed after the Battle of Endor.
Which hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, so...
Commander.
All right, will you land on top of the hatch? What's everyone else doing during this
Clank.
pseudo turn?
I am going to give that a
Let's
beat
do it by combat
before
tracker
I
order.
move.
We started with luck. All right, so Tina, what's your plan?
Tina is going to hold where she is and wait for the thing to be secured, and then she'll move.
So Tina says, hold me.
Bosco.
Well, I'm gonna, I don't know. I have my rifle out and I'm hiding. I'm prone, trying to find any like outcropping of rock, scanning the horizon in case we have company.
Yeah,
I don't
if
know.
he gets any closer to that rock, we're going to have to send out wedding invitations.
Is there anything in your plan that you wanted to have Ronan do?
Is there any part of our plan that Ronan wanted to do?
He's probably thinking this is a terrible idea to begin with.
Maybe we could try to monitor their communications.
He could totally run and jump, leap across to it. Because that's the sort of brave SOB he is.
That would be a hell of a jump, wouldn't it?
Not that bad. I mean, he's jumping down. No,
Yeah,
there's not
but
a lot
it's
of
just
space
like,
there.
I'm
You
just
miss,
thinking
you're in
you
a world of hurt.
missed. You're hosed. That's how many. How much damage is it for falling 9 meters?
9 yards.
That's a lot of hurt. We should build these calculators into the rule set.
How many times have we said that?
We can say it more times.
I
One
just
day it'll
looked-
eventually happen.
I just looked. It looks like 9 meters is not 9 yards. It's closer to 10 yards. It is 9.84. So it's like, oof.
10 yards is 3D.
Okay, that's not quite as bad as I was thinking. I think I'm still thinking of the stupid nonsense in Warhammer Fantasy where it's like ridiculous.
Is that 3D falling on a hard surface?
Maybe not.
If he wants to be a badass and jump over there, then he can totally decide to do it spontaneously.
It doesn't say whether it's hard or not.
Does the GURPS calculator have jumping distance?
It does.
The GURPS calculator. That's the thing that Daniel made, right?
No.
This isn't
No,
app.
but I use it a lot.
Oh, the app. My mistake.
I actually got the app that you could have on the phone before. I think they were given a cease and desist.
Oh, so sad.
But now it's a website.
You know, that YouTube link that I put in there with the sound of the frickin' walker for 12 hours. That thing would. Oh man, that thing is terrible. I'd hate to be
7.
inside that thing.
7 feet. That's probably not gonna be good for him.
7 feet seems awfully short.
He has
Does he have
move.
overconfident? That would be really funny if he's like, I
What's his
got
move?
this, runs over there and
His move's 5.
Well, he's not fast. And what kind of run-up would he have?
I guess he'd have a full move 5 run up.
So he
Actually, I
could
wonder
probably
if that,
jump around 17, about 17 feet.
Well, no. Without any extra move on there, it's a little over 2 yards, so that's, I guess, correct. So if you moved more than that, say 10, yeah.
Okay, you add your
So it's 2 times
running
basic
distance.
move minus 3.
Yeah.
So 17 feet. Yeah, he could jump it.
but will he? That is not necessarily in the plan, but if he decides he wants to cowboy up or whatever the Star Wars equivalent is,
Right, but we didn't establish how much farther down the top of the because if he's got to drop very far on there, he's going to end up taking damage.
Well, that's his decision.
Righto. So if there was no one else going over there to support Luck, then he's going to say, I'll come back you up.
charge with a Corellian yell.
Let me do his facing.
We could do a
Weird.
proper rebel yell. Oh, we're not really rebels yet, though.
Oh my god, I
So-
totally want to see him. Did he actually make it?
Yes.
Oh no, by 3.
All right, so he will leap in slow motion. He flies through the air. He looks really badass and heroic. He comes landing on the top of the walker. He doesn't stick the landing, so he sort of begins to sort of fall off the back edge. He will get another dex roll to see if he can grab on, unless Luck also wants to assist.
I'm not sure if Luck actually can, because he's like doing like 3 things at one. I mean, he's just landed with one hand. He's got the carbine that's like sort of ready, and the other he's reaching for the hatch to pull it up. So it to be like, oh crap!
Well, I'll give, since you've still got one hand free, I suppose you could drop the carbine if you really had to, but since you got one hand free, I'll let you assist. We'll say -1 on your dex.
Okay, so instead of grabbing the hatch, he's gonna try to grab dummy, and failed by 1. So their
Alright.
fingers briefly touched, and sadly,
And you pushed
the
him.
guys.
Hello to GURPS Navia in chat.
Oh, hi there. Quick, Tina, use the force and arrest his fall.
I was about to say she can reach out. She doesn't have anything that will help, but reach out a hand like, oh no.
You can wishful thinking.
Yeah, she's gonna wishful think him back up on the thing.
All right, let's see how he rolls.
Moral support.
Drum roll, please.
Damn.
Well, that
That's
was the
about
time to do it.
5. All right.
So in
Hit the
classic
ground, good job.
action movie style, he rolls off the edge but manages to grab onto the side of the walker and stop himself from falling to his death.
So interesting thought there. They have the porch down and all that stuff, so they may not have seen him jump, but they're definitely going to have felt it and or heard it. But how are they going to react? They're going to be like, "Oh crap! More rocks falling from the from here."
Well, they would have heard your jetpack as well.
They don't know any. They don't know enough
Did-
at this point to fear Ewoks.
Did you actually listen to how loud that stupid ATST walking sound is?
This is true.
Yeah, they're not going to hear a damn thing.
Let's do it with a perception roll.
Just thinking that through, they may not have even felt that because of how that thing is so lumbery.
It's not the most comfortable ride.
All right, so succeed by 2. I'm going to say, okay, they heard something, then it's an IQ roll to see if they can work out what it was.
Totally want them to botch this, and one of the drivers says like, or the driver tells the gunner, it's like, check that out, find out what it was. Failed by 2.
Minox.
You will hear in the cutscene, says, one of the driver goes, "What was that?" And the commander says, "Just more rocks. Keep going. We need to get into radio range." So it would appear that you guys are unnoticed.
What a twist!
There you go.
And it'll just clunk along. Clunk, clunk.
So Nim probably should be moved closer. And
Well,
I know because it's still moving, but it's a stamp now.
Right. Well, he can still move this stamp.
Oh, that's true. I keep forgetting about that.
Unless he's
Sure.
just being a lazy GM, doesn't want to do it.
I'll move it. Hold your horses. Jesus,
to keep
demanding
running
players. Unbelievable.
We'll keep running around later.
And Bosco has his ESM detector. He's scanning, for any other moving vehicles or tangos.
All right, so at this point, Nim is probably not behind his cover anymore. So there's a potential that they might see.
There's no way they're going to see him.
I'll do perception -5.
Out of what?
That puts them at 5 effective skill. Well, it does have not scans, but vid screens.
Below? Well, I guess, maybe.
But he failed by 3.
So,
in addition to you being sort of concealed, when it's stomping, it's probably throwing up clouds of dirt.
Also that.
He's down there going,
so,
cough, cough, cough.
FYI, the plan is to let it actually go past and then run out. And tag it in the back of the head with the mag grapple.
all right, so you're waiting till it goes past.
Yeah,
Is
like
luck
just passed.
Is Luck doing anything before then?
Once he sees that Ronan is still intact, he is going to start turning back towards the thing, and he's probably going to gesture for Ronan to open the hatch. So once he opens the hatch, I can engage. Probably going to shoot the gunner.
All right, it
Yeah, I
steps
think
forward a little bit more. So there's where Nim's going to do his thing.
Yeah, that's about right.
Sadly, Ronan fell off. But
Shoot.
Give me a
And
roll
I
for that.
have no idea what that would be.
Climbing, I think.
Oh, the electromagnetic. That's a good question. Does it say in mine? Let me check.
I
Grapple.
think it would have.
Using grapnels is climbing.
But that sounds right as well. Is climbing normally strength based? I don't think it
It's-
matters.
it's strength and dex.
Climbing or guns, grenade launcher, roll to hit.
Okay. Yeah, if there was a range problem, it's probably offset by the size mod. So we'll just roll
+3
straight.
size mod.
Well, that was kind of a shit roll, but probably good enough.
So you would have been rolling.
Chunk.
What was your penalty? You don't have the skill? Or you do have the skill?
Climbing's based off thief.
Okay. So, not a problem. Clunk. It will attach itself. And you begin to winch yourself up.
Was that it? Does it winch or do you climb? I think it winches.
Hold on, I just scrolled away from that page. Page 96.
Do I actually have that?
Either way, you will make your way up, however that
Electromagnetic
goes.
winch on the gun lifts up to 800 pounds at up to 5 yards per second.
Wow, that's fast.
Reel contains 30 yards of 1/8 inch diameter rope. Ooh, ascent and descent speed improves at higher TLs. 7 yards a second for TL 11.
Yeah, I'm not going to go that fast.
Come on! Just imagine, it's like it yanks you up so much you go airborne. And you're thinking, that's not what I meant.
Alright, I'm going to do another perception roll to see if that clunk alerts them at all.
Damn, there's a bunch of rocks falling.
Alright, they fail.
By a lot.
So, they do not hear the clunk of the grapnel. You will begin to winch yourself up. Ronan is ready. He'll wait for your signal, and then he'll lift the hatch open.
Signal, and then I have a question with regards to something that is not built into the Ultratech weapons, but is obviously built into the Star Wars weapons, is the stun setting.
Ultratech weapons do have stun. You can actually get them modified. So they're dual purpose. Or beam weapons you can.
Okay, so how does that work?
I think any beam weapon can have a stun setting, and it becomes a electro laser or something.
Yeah, you're making that up.
No.
Omni Blaster at plus 100% cost. That's an Omni Blaster. It can incorporate a stun setting. But that's just Omni Blasters as far as I can tell.
Well, that might be what I'm thinking of. So use the
Yeah.
Omni Blaster setting.
Okay. Let's see. So, so firing non-lethal, similar in nature to an electro laser beam. When set to stun, takes no target, but must make a health roll to resist. It is the penalty is -1 for every die of the damage the blaster usually inflicts. Okay, so that would be health minus. Crap, I can't see what that damn thing is. Grr. Arg.
5?
Health -5. Yes. I'm gonna make a new thing
Does
on there.
DR protect?
Stand by. I'm in the process of updating. I think it does, but let's see. Maybe.
These
Cables are catching on my stupid chair, and I'm like, ah.
these guys are
Let's
Imperial
see.
Army, so they have their corset
Victim
thing.
adds 1/3 of his DR to health. That is, a blaster gets a armor divisor 3 instead of usual 5. Okay.
So they add 1/3 of their DR as a bonus to their health roll.
Yes, but they're going to take a penalty of -5.
So if they have DR 60, then they get
Why
plus
the hell
20.
They got DR 60.
Well, they've got their chest plate corset thing.
That's 60?
Yeah.
Well, that's what those stormtroopers have.
Yeah, but that's stormtrooper armor. That's not what the army is normally wearing.
Right, but if they're just wearing the chest piece.
Okay, so that's gonna suck.
That doesn't seem right.
That's a +20.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right. It means if you're wearing any sort of armor, you're likely to succeed.
Well, it's a stun weapon. If you're wearing any sort of armor, you're likely to succeed.
Let's see. Okay, so Luck is gonna know that.
Shoot an unarmored part if he's just wearing a breastplate.
Yeah.
You'll have a +1 bonus to hit the head.
Because elevation?
Yes.
And head is normally 5, I think, in this case.
Correct.
Oh, hell yeah. He's totally going to do that. So, Ronan is going to yank open the hatch, and Luck is going to lunge forward and shoot the gunner in the head.
All right, so this is total surprise. They have combat reflexes, so they don't freeze, but there's one turn where they're stunned, if I remember correctly.
Well, they get their roll to come out of the stun, and it takes 1 round of do nothing to do that. And they'll get a +6 to that roll, so they're probably going to succeed.
So, for this turn, they're stunned as they go, what? And they look up and...
All right, so he is going to nail the gunner in the head by 3 with the stun roll. So that'll be health -5.
So this is the gunner.
Yes, because I want to make sure this guy doesn't, jump on the guns and start shooting my my teammates.
All right, so he will fail by 7.
That means he is going to be unconscious for 7 minutes.
All right, so the gunner goes, what? And there's pew, and then just sort of
round concentric circle things.
he falls forward onto the gunner controls, and all of a sudden the gun starts going. And it's arcing up the rocks in front of it. Okay, Ronan's just holding the hatch open. Nim.
Reeling in. Apparently I don't have to wait long.
You will reel in. That's 7 yards of the...
Ish.
That would take you to the top, I guess.
Just below it anyway.
Shift fire to the pilot. He can have a stun bolt too. Success by 5.
Should have rolled dodge for the other guy. But anyway. With huge penalties. Not going to happen. He fails to dodge, and we'll have to make his stun roll. Health -5. He will
Ooh,
critically fail.
that's an interesting thing. So 6. That's going to be 11. So he's out by 11 minutes, unless critical fail causes, I don't know, heart defibrillation or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be about right.
It would be.
No, we'll assume that it just stuns him. It well and truly puts him to sleep. Not like permanently.
Let's see. So
clunk, 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 and the walker will stop. While still going pew, 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 pew.
So I know that Nim is, more dexterous than most of us. So I'm going to let him go in and, pull these guys out of the way and such like that, because he's, more flexible and crap. And I suspect he's probably the most likely to be capable of driving this thing.
I guess maybe that's true.
All right, so rocks continue to explode in front of this thing as it...
I thought you were going to kill the gunner first.
He's unconscious. They're both unconscious. We want to interrogate him.
All right, I'll squeeze in there and try to... Yeah, we'll have to coordinate a little bit to get these guys out of here because there's not a lot of space.
Let's see. I have... Where do I not have that? I thought I had... I guess I don't have it. Wait, no, we do have those. Those Stormtrooper utility belts have binders, handcuffs.
Right.
So nothing else. First thing we should do is bind them.
So you pull out the fluffy ones?
No, those are for the fun times.
I thought these were fun troopers.
Yeah, we got the one with the high heels.
All right, so you will reef the guy off the fire controls, and the walker will stop blasting the rocks in front of it. And what is your plan to get these guys out? There is only enough room for Nim at the moment.
Like I think we had sort of guessed. Wait, how's the ostrich sit? I don't know. You said probably think it's like the ostrich sitting.
Oh, Right. It just collapsed on the gear, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking that it does. Oh, that's kind of weird looking. So I was thinking Nim could lower it so we're at least able to access the ground without having to use a ladder.
All right, so Nim, you'll pull the pilot out of his seat, throw him into the back passenger section. You'll jump into the driver's seat and attempt to
Right. How do
use
I work
this thing.
Let's see, driving mecha. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't one of the guys that was on the walkers. I can use the guns.
So do Dex -5.
Yep, that's what it looks
Yeah.
like. Unless it
Hang on just a
defaults
second.
to something.
I got a 9 from GCA.
Well, that's already pretty decent.
I guess you can take some extra time.
True. Well, it's probably routine.
Check the glove compartment for a manual.
I imagine it would be
Oh, this is the
routine for
military manual.
someone that knows how to operate it, but someone that doesn't, I don't think it'd be routine.
Sadly, mechas only default to battlesuit -3 or other driving at -5. You don't have any other driving, do you?
No, I do not.
All right, so make the roll, and we'll take extra time.
Set up.
Fine.
Yeah, you
Look at
didn't
that,
even need it.
Succeeded by 1. You didn't even need it. You're like,
So
oh,
you
hey,
will.
there's a button that's for stowage mode.
So you will lower it down, and its superstructure is now sitting on the ground. You can lift the guys out of this thing, and bind them up, I guess.
Yep. Let's see. So, does anyone actually have the interrogation skill? I have intimidation, but I've only got it at 12.
Didn't we run into this already?
I think Bosco may have had it.
No, I don't have interrogation skill, but I do have some drugs that can make him compliant.
His compliance will be rewarded. Does Bosco have in the intimidation skill? Because you might be better at that than I am.
I do have intimidation, yeah.
What's your level of it?
Hold on, let's see. It's 15 overall with my voice.
Yeah, so interrogation defaults to intimidation -3. So straight away, you're already better than I am for any interrogation. And if you have psychology, it defaults to that at -4, and that's before you start throwing in drugs to make his make him wobbly.
I have a drug called Crediline. It's a
Yeah.
psychoactive drug designed for interrogations, often abused by criminals. They become trusting and talkative. He rolls a health -3 or suffer gullibility disadvantage.
Right.
I got
So we
that
need
one.
to figure out what all. Let's see. So what do we want to know? We want to know what is going on at the mine. What are they mining? That's not necessarily. They might not be necessarily actually mining something. What is going on at the mine? Also, it looks like we have a walker, guys.
Yeah, baby.
Sweet.
Now we need to find some place to be able to park this stuff. I'm thinking, a nice big cave that's sort of like Airwolf. Except obviously we couldn't come in through the roof.
Is Tina going to paint it pink?
Beat me to it.
No. That's a terrible idea.
You turn away for an instant, turn back, and it's suddenly pink already.
I think there's something wrong with her eyes. She doesn't see color like normal people do. Right, so get these guys out, make sure they're secured, get them drugged, and
You will
let
have to stick
Bosco-
their respirators on them.
Yep.
So you grab their respirators, throw that onto them. They're bound. Was it 7 minutes later? One of the guys will sort of come to. He'll go, what? And
what did
he
you
says,
say
the
it
first
was,
thing he goes
Bosco?
is, oh shit.
What did Bosco say that was? Like health -3?
Health -3 to resist the drug. So I pull out my little hypo injector and just say, this won't take but a moment. And
Honestly, you might end up doing that before he wakes up.
All right, so he now has gullibility. What's that mean in terms of
Yeah, I was like
interrogation?
I was trying to look that up.
he has a self-control of 9 for that gullibility specifically. And what it means is,
There's one born every minute.
yeah, make a control roll modified by plausibility of the story anytime
Daddy?
you're confronted with life.
Did I poop?
If you fail, you believe what you were told. Sorry, my daughter.
Daddy?
Yes, baby.
Kid aggro.
So, control roll of 9.
That brings
Okay,
back
so-
so many memories.
Modified by the plausibility of the story whenever you were confronted with a lie, or an improbable truth for that matter.
All right. So what's your lie? What's your interrogation?
So I want to use my intimidation first. And basically, since that's my skill, I just want him to believe that if he doesn't cooperate with me, I'm going to be his worst nightmare.
All
I
right,
wonder
roll your
if I could use
intimidation.
and I wonder if I could use maybe like psychology as a what do you call it, a complementary role.
Sure.
So I'll roll my psychology. He's human. Psychology, or sorry, do I have psychology? I thought I had I should have psychology. Where the heck is it? I don't see it. So maybe I can't do that. So I'll roll my intimidation then.
Yep.
And I just tell the guy, he cooperates with us. Nothing, no harm will come to him, or else. That's my intimidation.
If you don't cooperate with us, harm will come to you.
And I didn't add a +2, but that would have been a 15.
Oh man, I wish I'd thought of that. It's like, if you're like, yeah, if you don't help us, then something bad's gonna happen. And Luck is in the walker going, okay, so that's how the lasers work. Pew!
All right, so that was his will roll. and he succeeded his
So I succeeded by
control
7.
roll. So he doesn't necessarily believe you off the drugs itself, but he is intimidated by you.
Okay. And I forgot, we wanted to ask him what's going on here at the mines, right? Basically.
So you will have a good reaction to the NPC. I think that means he will give you information. Where's my thing? Too many GURPS books.
Said no true GURPS player.
Yeah, I'm not really complaining.
You just need one GURPS resource. Gigerman.
Okay, so good reaction on an NPC. Requests for information. Okay, they will give you information if it's simple. If it's complex, then you'll need what's its rolled interrogation. So what are you asking?
What did Luck, what did you say that you wanted to ask?
I
wanna
like
know
that
what's going on
pink.
in the mine. What is the Empire doing?
The guy will say,
So,
look, I don't know what's going on there. We were redeployed here a couple of months ago. Apparently they found something important there. And there's a few science types that have been going in and out. Says, that's all I know. If you want to roll detect lies, you're welcome to. Roll it in the box, please.
That would be a really good skill to have. I should consider that. That's not in the box.
sorry. It's a box, not the box.
Okay, that's a valid point. It is a box.
I forgot, I didn't realize what that meant until after you said it.
Technically, on this, it's a triangle.
It's been a couple of weeks.
There we go.
Do you want me
Pink
to
one.
re-roll it? In the box.
Yes, please. You're not supposed to know the results of the roll.
And I drag it. Is that how I do it? I just drag the skill in.
Drag the dice onto the box, or the all-seeing eye. As far as you can tell, he is telling the truth.
Okay. So he doesn't really know anything as far as I could tell. Who would know? So, commanding officers, superiors, any important people on the base.
Yeah, we need to get a salute report. Was it size, activity, location, uniform, time, equipment, that stuff? Get an idea of how many total there are, troopers present, what their command structure is like. Oh my God, come on, people. We need this thing to infiltrate. They're going to notice it if it's purple. I'm surrounded by a bunch of weirdos.
It's the atmospheric effects. All right, so the guy says, I'm not giving away that information. If I give you that, I'm going to get my ass kicked. They might even shoot me.
Have you seen my mask?
Right. How do we, let's see.
If you
Well,
want more
So-
information, you're going to have to use interrogation.
Yeah, I'm also thinking Luck is, like I said, was up there in the walker making sure he knows how to fire the stuff as necessary. So,
So she's kind of been half listening while planning out paint colors. And she's just going to throw out a question. So does anything at the mine have anything to do with the Jedi? Just to gauge a reaction from the guy.
The Jedi, there's none of those left, right? That Order 66 and all that.
I wonder how publicly known Order 66 actually was.
He
I
turns to
doubt
Luck.
Anybody would know about it.
He turns to Luck and he said, at least you'd know about that.
In the walker.
So
No,
Tina would
there's
be like,
no way that would be public knowledge.
Order 66?
Well, public knowledge is that the Jedi were deemed traitors and exterminated. I guess they would know about inquisitors and stuff going around and murderizing. He says, I don't know nothing about no Jedi. Look, I just drive this thing and do what I'm told. Whatever's going on there is above my pay grade. About this time, the other guy starts,
So even though I'm not there, and I know Bosco's a smart dude, it might be a good idea for him to sedate the guy he has been interrogating and then repeat all of the questioning of the other dude.
Yeah, who's here with us?
I'm assuming the PCs, with the exception of Luck, who's in the walker.
Is Ronan in the walker, or is he outside with us?
He's outside with you guys. Ronan will actually snap a little bit when the guy's not really forthcoming with anything particularly useful. He gets in the guy's face and sort of grabs him by the shirt and starts shaking him about. And he starts yelling, Why have you been killing us? Why have you been hunting us down? What are you doing in Pallas? And
He's turning into Batman.
Beefcake.
the guy just doesn't answer, and then Ronan will sort of raise his fist unless someone sort of stops him. He raises his fist and then, comes swinging down on this guy's jaw, hits it pretty hard, and splits this guy's lip, and the guy just sort of spits the blood out, and the guy says, "Don't worry, you got what's coming to you sooner or later."
What is that supposed to mean?
Man, he's not going to be all snippy when we, turn him loose in the desert without a rebreather.
He says, "We'll get rid of all the vermin eventually." And he's sort of looking at Ronan. Ronan will pull out his blaster, take a step back, and point it at this guy. You see, Ronan's pretty worked up.
Is this the one that I was already talking to, or the other guy?
This is the one that you're already talking to.
Ah, crap! I better get out of this walker.
So
We should
I'm
probably
not
stop
gonna.
him.
I'm not gonna.
Ronan starts shouting, "You killed my friends!"
Although based off of the picture, and from what I've heard, it probably sounds more like. Unless that's just a rebreather.
Yeah, Tina's gonna, like, when he looks like he's about to unload on the guy, she'll hop up and kind of try to talk Ronan down. Easy there, easy. We need him alive. Maybe we can get some information out of him. Luck!
Sun's getting real low. Do you have any skills that would particularly be useful in this case?
Judo.
Yeah.
Guns, beam weapon. What was that, FX?
Well, because I'm doing the same thing that Tina is, because I'm like, I'm not going to put myself in the middle of the firing path, but I will kind of step aside and kind of like try to lower his gun down with mine, and
All
then
right.
use that as an opportunity to tell the guy, like, listen, like, I hope you're telling us the truth, because you don't want my friend Ronan here. You don't want him to have at you. Apparently, he's got a beef with you.
Is anyone using any skills to try and ease Ronan? Stop him from, like, just executing this dude?
Let's see.
Am I close enough to do anything?
You pop your head out of the walker and you can see this, so you could probably yell, but you're not in the immediate vicinity to step in.
So the only thing Tina's got would be like fast talk and throw in a smile, like a disarming smile to kind of ease him a little bit.
And while she's doing that, Luck is going to shout and use leadership, doing the whole, "Ronan, get your crap together.
Stand down. Right,
Yep.
so give me the roll for Tina.
Success by 5.
Don't kill him yet. We need his head for the retinal scanners.
There's a long pause as you see Ronan sort of working shit out, and then he'll holster his blaster again, and then he'll just sort of walk away. and you hear him mutter, fuck.
They don't use that in Star Wars.
Frack.
Oh, we're in BSG now? Although, to be fair, Star Wars curses are pretty crap.
Poodoo.
But they've said shit now.
Yeah.
I think Battlestar Galactica did the best TV curse. Frack is good enough to
Mostly.
be distinguishable.
What was that other one? Feldekarb or something like that?
Well, that's also inherited from the old show.
All right, so the other guy will eventually come to. Ronan has sort of parked himself, is leaning up against a rock, trying to chillax.
I think the other guy is going to come as he comes to, in that hazy, weird moment where he's not quite conscious. We're going to shoot the other guy, on stun, but
Righto. So we'll just assume that he gets stunned again.
yep. Hey, I heard these things cause brain damage. Shoot. But no, and then I figure Bosco can just repeat the whole thing with the other guy to see if he has more information or it's additional confirmation.
So health -3, he failed that, so he is gullible. He will believe stories on a 10 or more.
Yeah, right now the last thing he wants to do is bore us.
So I'll just roll will. So that's more than 10, so he will believe whatever story you tell him. What's your story that you're telling him?
That is a really good question. What would the story necessarily be? That could
We're here
work.
from the Imperial Gazette doing a story on random Imperial facilities out in the middle of nowhere.
How about
oh yeah, that sounds okay.
Just had a flashback to Blood Diamonds.
I know I watched that, but I don't remember it real well.
That's an awesome movie. It's got to be up there with some of my favorites, and definitely one of DiCaprio's better films.
So, what you guys working on here?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's plausible. If is it just going with the intimidation and threats of physical harm, or making up some bullshit story about we're actually like an undercover Imperial unit.
Well, it depends on how believable your story is. He's failed by 4, so if your story's outrageous, then he gets bonuses to his roll. But if you're saying, oh, you've just been in an accident where, doing some first aid on you, having him bound probably doesn't help, but anyway.
Yeah, then we'll just
So
go with
it
the
depends on
tried-
what your story is.
We'll go with the tried and true, like do what I tell you to do, or else. Like he's already almost been killed by Ronan. Maybe he looks at me as
Well, this is the other guy. The guy that you were talking to and had the encounter with Ronan has been stunned again.
Okay, and he didn't see that interaction.
No, he was just sort of coming to.
Yeah, I was on the operating on the presumption that Bosco was gonna, utilize that as a, hey, well, we had to shoot your friend because he's being uncooperative. So the last thing you want to do is be uncooperative.
Okay, so you can intimidate again if you wish. Seems that's the angle you're going.
I think I'm going to try to assist him. But unfortunately, I failed to assist you by 1. Sorry.
So you're going to be at -1 to your intimidation. So success by 2. Okay, so you will have a good reaction. He will offer information as long as
Okay.
it's simple stuff.
So I'm gonna try just the interrogation skill. It's intimidation -3.
Okay.
And then can I use my voice on that? So make it a -1 effectively.
Your voice, no, not for your interrogation.
Because my voice raises my intimidation
Sure
skill
about that?
up.
No.
I think
voice
that's
just
only
gives you
for
a
influence
+2.
rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interrogation is an influence roll.
Voice
No, but-
gives you a +2 on the following skills: diplomacy, fast talk, mimicry, performance, politics, public speaking, sex appeal, and singing.
Okay.
You
And
also
also
get
for
+2 on any reaction made by someone who can hear your voice.
Yeah, but it would only be for the influence skill roll to get a good reaction. To actually
sure. Okay.
do interrogation, it wouldn't add anyway. So, make your interrogation.
Correct. And actually, I keep saying voice, but I'm not using voice. I'm using charisma. Sorry.
I thought you didn't have voice.
Yeah, no, I
didn't remember that.
Meanwhile, I was looking. I'm like, no, I think that'd be disturbing voice that you want. Whoops.
But I think what Ronke's saying, I guess that makes sense. It's for influence roles or reaction roles. I was just thinking it might raise my effective skill for intimidation, and then my default would be higher. But maybe it doesn't
No.
work that way.
No. So,
Okay, so I am at a -3 effectively for default.
Interrogation is classified as a influence skill, right?
no.
It's not.
That was
Okay.
my thinking.
359. Let me double check. No.
I'm gonna roll.
Diplomacy, fast talk, intimidation, savoir faire, sex appeal, or streetwise. And in this case, he's using intimidate just as, whatchamacallit.
All right. Fortunately for you, it is contested.
I'm going to use my luck.
All right. Then we'll use your luck before I make the roll. When did you make your last luck?
402. Did I fail? Did I get
You
the same
failed
number
by
3 times?
2 all 3 times.
That's ridiculous.
What's the question that you're asking? Each interrogation roll is a question.
So the first basic question is open-ended. What the hell's going on at this mine? We know that you're not a simple mining facility.
Well, he will tell you that just because he's gullible now. So he tells you the same story as the other guy. They were, redeployed here. They have instructions to kill everyone or capture the locals that refuse to be evacuated.
But they're
There's some sciencey types that are in the facility. They found something. They found something important there. So that's the general information that's given. So You can ask a more detailed question because he freely gave that info.
Okay, so it sounds like he knows that there's something important here, but my sense is that they don't know specifics, but they obviously know something. Something's going on, but they don't know what.
That's
They're
what
just
you get.
following orders. Yeah.
So, but if you have a more specific question, then you can ask that because you did your interrogation role.
Well, I will
Would
ask
be a
him
good one.
how long have this been going on? Like, is this something that just happened?
He says, I don't know, but we got redeployed here a couple of months ago. So that's still something he gives freely. That's not
Okay.
an interrogation question.
I want to know the names of the science, like the science people.
Says, I don't know. We don't talk. I don't know any of their names.
I'm totally thinking of
you would have to.
peacekeepers from Farscape, where he's like, they're techs. I don't talk to techs.
He says the only people I could think of that may know that is Administrator Gretel or Vanguard.
Have we heard these names before?
Yes.
Vandergraaf sounds familiar, but I'm not sure about the administrator one.
Yeah,
You have.
Cartel is. Well, we know that from the meta information. I don't know if the characters actually know them.
Okay. Ari, right, yeah, Cartel. Yeah. We should know at least that much.
Yes, these names are familiar. Vandergraaf.
Yeah. She's just sad. She needs a boyfriend. That's why she's got the fierce look. We need a sick Bosco on her.
And it's the Imperial Administrator.
Okay, so what would be? I feel like I'm an idiot. I'm missing something super obvious.
And obviously, that's not your interrogation question. He offers that information freely.
So, these guys are soldiers, and they're not going to be looped in on what they're actually doing here. The best we could probably get out of them is what have they seen? Now, they may have seen those a cryopod or more being pulled out of there. They might have seen something related, but seems unlikely. What they probably could tell us is more about the layout of what's inside here, how many people are working here, how many non-military personnel or non-soldier personnel, I guess might be a better word.
So you want numbers. That would definitely be a interrogation question. So is that the question that you'll ask?
I think that's probably a good start.
Equipment too, I guess would be another one.
All right, well, I'll roll for the first question.
It's like, are they bringing in mining equipment? Is it all medical equipment?
So succeed by 1, you failed, so he does not offer that information. It says, sorry friends, that information's classified. If I tell you that, I'm likely to get shot. Commander will have me scrubbing toilets for the next year.
Well, he's gullible.
She.
So
Oh,
we're
this
ISB.
guy. You're saying that you're ISB?
I'm making a suggestion.
Not a terrible angle.
We'll have your boss scrubbing those toilets.
Except you're an alien. Aliens aren't ISB.
Which is why I'm not going to
Aliens
be,
can be
doing the
ISB.
questioning.
I wonder if that would actually help.
So he doesn't offer anything with that question. Each question is a new interrogation roll. So your next question was equipment. Was that my understanding?
Somebody has a better suggestion. That's probably one we could do.
Yeah, I just know as soon it's like 5 minutes after we end the session tonight, I'm going to know the exact question that's like right there on the tip of my brain. I'm like, damn it, should have asked that. Which unfortunately doesn't exactly help us at the moment.
I guess you could ask what is it that they transport out of here? What happens to the people that you capture?
Oh, yeah, okay. I was actually thinking that what are they transporting was covered by the what the heck is going on there.
Well, yeah, they don't know what's going on. But what are they transporting? You saw the cryotube thing.
Yeah,
You could
yeah,
ask
that's not
about. So there's
that's not a
that
bad
question. What happens to the people that you capture? What other questions?
And then like possibly a follow up about the people they capture if they're like being held in a certain locations, like where is that? So we could theoretically do a big jailbreak. And now I'm going to have to track down the AC/DC song and have that playing.
All right, so Bosco, work out your question and ask. Roll your intimidation, not intimidation, interrogation.
Which is intimidation.
With my charisma.
I don't think charisma adds to interrogation.
Okay. So -3 default. So I'm rolling intimidation, which is 13 -3. Effective skill 10. Fail by 2.
Failed by 1.
I'm not having any luck today. But I can put a point in
So which
interrogation for next time.
which question was that?
What are
I think
they
that was
shipping out?
probably what they're shipping out. Yeah.
Okay, so he is tight-lipped on that. He says, I don't know. Don't.
Yeah. Hold on.
I
Let me look at,
keep my head out of that.
okay. Hold on. I'm look at interrogation because luck is like, yeah, we don't have time to pussyfoot around. Gonna have to
I mean, it doesn't.
smack him
They don't.
around or something.
I don't think they know anything. So we just have to ask the right question of what they do now.
Well, the other question was, what happens to the people that you capture? Do you want to ask that question? Well, that was one of the questions I suggested.
So in the +3 for severe threats.
Yeah, but that's only for intimidation.
That's for interrogation.
Yeah, I'm definitely severely threatening them.
Okay, so what is it? +3.
Yep. If
Bosco
you
doesn't
use
like the
severe
F5.
threats, +6 if you use actual torture. But we're not
Oh,
necessarily
right.
doing torture.
Okay, so in that case, +3. He would have still avoided the first question, which is the how many people. So the question on what's being transported, he would have failed. So he tells you whatever the science types are doing in there, they're bringing out people, but they ain't normal people. They look all mutated. Don't know where they take them. They take them back to Capital, and what happens to them there, I have no idea.
Were the people already there?
Was it? Are there people already there?
Yeah, I mean, were the people already in the mine, or is it, are they like taking people in and then bringing those people out mutated?
Give me another interrogation roll.
So with the +3, you're just at straight intimidation roll.
All right, so roll.
That's you, Bosco.
Sorry, I'm getting a little bit of aggro here.
Well, I can roll it and just add the 1 to it for if he's like getting kid aggro.
All right, go. Do that.
We grok. Woo! Good job there, Bosco. That's a success by 8.
The guy will say,
crap.
I'm not sure, but I think it's the people that we capture. We give them to the science boffins, and they do something with them, and they come out not normal.
All right.
God,
So
is this
hearing
like
that, go ahead.
I was gonna be like, I'm thinking like Halo, where they do experiments on people
Or
and make them into
Expanse.
super soldiers.
Well, but hearing that, Luck is totally making the mental decision. All right, shoot to kill any of their scientists I see. But he's not going to say that out loud because he's aware there's at least 1 or 2 people who may go, did you just shoot this guy and he didn't have a gun?
But he says, whatever it is, it's not right.
Where are they being held? The people that are captured.
He says, in the mine. There's a storage building there.
Crap. So, sounds to me like we're going to have to lead an assault on this place.
Well, we knew that was coming.
May have to try to get the rest of Ronan's people to assist, but man, that's going to have a heavy casualty thing.
Well, I guess that depends on the particulars. We can walk right up in a walker.
Yeah, you got a walker. You
Well,
can take
there's
out
also
that big sentry gun that they've got set up.
Well, I was also actually thinking about that is what if we can take the sentry gun as well and then use that to cover the walker as the walker just walks up. Because I can totally see Nim being able to, turn sideways and disappear. That's an ability your species has, right?
Yeah.
You're like super sneaky, so
Another
maybe
thing
get
we
up
could
there.
do is get their call signs and their like credentials, and at least electronically we could pretend to be them.
That's actually not a bad idea. What you could theoretically do, it's like if you ask the dude, if like with another interrogation or something. I mean, he is gullible still, but you could theoretically do that. And then I think you've got acting and fast talk both really high, so you could pull like the Han Solo thing in Return of the Jedi, where it's like you contact, if you do contact them, say, yes, sorry, the walker is broken down. I'm trying to get it repaired. We're going to be late. The rebels have been routed. Send squads to reinforce.
You could do that.
But then we've also established, it's already been established that, hey, comms are crap. So we don't necessarily need to worry about them going, where the hell are you? Because we'll get where. Yeah, so
Layout.
That's a good idea.
All right, ask the question.
and also since Tiny or Tina or whatever is actually said she was in the walker poking around, she might be able to get some data from the onboard computer systems.
Yep. And
Yeah,
if she
no,
figures out
I'm
which
done.
button.
But you get +3.
+3, so that'd have been only by 1.
I'm done interrogating.
So he will not give that info.
But maybe his partner will. We'll shoot one.
His
Get that
partner
+6 limit.
his partner was less useful than this guy.
So maybe we'll shoot the partner and tell him, I have no love for Imperials, by the way. You would know that of Bosco. And he was really mad, his medical code of ethics, when he learned about the experimentation.
Ah, that's yeah, okay.
Or maybe he'll bluff, because I don't know. He's really not a murderer. He does have a gun. It's with sleeping darts. He could bluff.
So something that I had just remembered is Luck has intolerant to Imperials, so he is like totally ready to just shoot some of these guys.
Well, what is your plan with these? Are there any more questions you have of these dudes?
No, probably not.
How long do they think they can survive without the rebreathers?
We'll see what intel we can get off their persons, but I'm assuming that's not going to be a whole lot. They wouldn't have had any real reason to have much with them.
It would be, I guess we'll treat it like a radiation exposure. So if they're out here for a certain amount of time, they'll have a certain amount of rads exposure, and then eventually they receive a fatal dose.
How far away are we from the Imperial thing?
From the facility, the mine.
Yeah, right now, where we're at. 'Cause I'm
few
kind of
miles.
wondering- I'm
A few
wondering
miles
how
as the
long it
crow
would
flies.
take them I'm wondering how long it would take them to be able to get there on foot.
If few miles, so that's what, an hour ish.
Yeah, can't tolerate that.
Well, that depends on whether or not their feet are not cuffed together.
Or if they're alive. Filthy imps. Yeah, so I guess Nim is going through their pockets or whatnot for trash litter,
Yeah.
and Tina is checking out the Walker computer.
All right, the Walker computer has nothing special. It has pre-programmed patrol routes set into its inertial navigation.
Can she find anything about any other units that are out and about on these patrol paths, or is this like the only walker that they had?
It is not the only Walker.
Sweet.
There's
Totally need to repeat and get all of their walkers.
there's at least another Walker, but you don't have details of that one. You only have, this one's inertial maps and stuff. So you can see the route that it's supposed to follow, and you can see on its map it's how to get back to the, which canyon passages it needs to go to get back to the facility.
Ah,
So
cool.
so there's a map. You just said,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Of the canyons.
Yeah, and
Okay.
the other thing that I was thinking is this is the Empire, so they're going to have on that map annotated where the comm area is. It's like once you get back to this point, you're within comms range.
Yeah, that stands to reason.
So Tina's going to copy that map to her data pad just to have it.
All right, you have a map, and it is in very typical 80s. Oh, wait a sec. This is Rogue One period, so it's less 80s and more 2000s.
That's how that works.
No, the next thing I was thinking is if things have like homing beacons or anything like that, because if they do, we need to find a way to deactivate it.
Is Phil coming through weird on voice?
Yeah, it's coming weird to me.
Actually, she is too.
He's a bot.
Everybody is.
Well, I'm coming through normal, aren't I?
You didn't for a second. You didn't for a second, but you're back now.
Yeah, seems to be good now.
Am I back now?
Yes.
Yep.
I think it was Ronke's problem. His fault.
No,
Guess it could
never
be.
my fault.
Right. So what I was saying before, apparently I was replaced by the Cylons, is we need to find out if these things have homing beacons of any sort, in which case we need to deactivate it. I do not know if they have anything like that.
I would say, as part of the canon, they would have IFF, but not so much homing beacons.
Okay. And then following up on that, I'm going to check with Ronan about if he knows of any nearby caves, or actually thinking that through, we actually went to the other mining location and we determined it was completely abandoned, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so we could probably potentially hide this walker there until we actually do the whatever it is we're going to do.
Are we
But-
waiting around for that?
No, I'm just like, if that happens, because man, yeah, we probably do need to try to enlist the other survivors to help us go in there and liberate these people.
I honestly, I don't know that they're going to be that much help. There's not that many of them. Most of them are injured, and that having more people involved may just make it more complicated.
Yeah.
So the people that they've been capturing, quote unquote, are they Ronan's people that they've been capturing, or just people from
Yeah.
elsewhere?
Yeah,
Well, I
they're
think
Ronan's people.
People from is it classified as his people or just the people from the city?
Yeah, people from Pallas.
Well, if we mention anything about that to
Oh,
the
he's there
people
to
back
hear.
at thing, they're gonna be like, no, we're coming to help you. We'll get
Well,
on
not
crutches if
all
we
of
have to.
Not all of them. Some of them we want to hide, but the others not so much. Because if nothing else, what I was kind of thinking is we could send Ronan back with one of the empty speeders as well. So he's like driving and towing, so he can pick up the Wookiee, who can also bring that heavy blaster cannon. And while he's there, theoretically, Ronan can tell everybody what's going on and that we're about to go in there and potentially try to rescue these people. And then some of them may show up.
From what you've seen, there's probably half a dozen able people that would be in a position to, help. The others are either injured or looking after injured or not combatants.
Yep. So that's my suggestion, if nothing else.
Now, can we get the spider droid perhaps to map the facility? Like actually
take
enter
a while.
it. Well, yeah, but if we're talking about going back to town to get people,
Well, in speeders, it doesn't take that long.
Yeah. He could definitely go in there and scope around a bit.
actually just go in there and get into their database and potentially get a map from there.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'd already established that you could get a map from the locals
Of the facility?
of the facility, because this is not an Imperial facility. It wasn't an Imperial facility. It was just your regular mine.
Did we establish that?
That's right. Ronan did mention something like, yeah, I think we can get that. So that could be what we sent. One of the other things we sent him back for, while we at least scout out additional with the Imperial facility. Maybe also try to get her little robot thing into position to start doing some hacking. Because doors that suddenly shut on top of a vagrant and smush him, that could be useful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this was a civilian mine, but it was since commandeered by the Empire. Post whatever they found here.
Now,
Yeah,
Teenage
so-
Droid is going to need a little tiny parachute so we can drop it from heights.
Well, this is Star Wars. It could have contragrav.
Well, I just had an amusing mental image of it's like we retrofit a one of the grenades or something that Luck has for his grenade launcher, for a little container for it. So it's like go bloop, and it at a certain point it opens up and the little thing parachutes out.
Payload grenade.
Exactly.
I like it.
Okay, so somebody is going back to Pallas to get survivors that are useful and potentially maps.
But
The rest
specifically
of us
the Wookiee, in case he's actually back
and the
next
Wookiee.
week.
The rest of us go to the facility and do what recon we can in the meantime.
Luck, you would be fairly familiar with protocol and stuff like that. At some point, these guys will have to report in. If they miss their call in, then stuff's gonna happen.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Might not be able to wait. We may have to actually press forward and suck it up. Does anybody other than Luck have the gunner skill?
I do.
Good.
Beams,
Okay.
yeah.
Is it just beams?
Yes. Just for Tina.
Okay, so this thing only has blaster stuffs. Okay, that's odd. They should have grenades as well. But okay, so that means with the walker, Nim is most likely to be the driver, I think, at this point. And potentially Tina can be the gunner if if Luck ends up trying to take the weapons emplacement. But how are we going to involve Bosco?
Good question.
Bait.
Well, he's
He's
been
like, whoa,
training.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
He's been training as a marksman. You know, he's got the marksman type skills under Luck's tutelage.
Well, I mean, we could always bring him in.
I could be a decoy like one of the doctors. You know, maybe they brought me in to check on the experiments.
That's true. You could be BS your way in that way. I mean, you don't have to get very far. No, I was thinking we quote unquote capture him from Pallas and bring him in. But I don't know how we would deliver him without exposing ourselves.
This is Star Wars. You could sneak into this place and just
That
just
was
sneak
my
around.
assumption.
Take the clothes or the armor from the two Imperials, and then you have Luck already.
That's not gonna look really well on them. I kind of want to see Nim dressed up as a stormtrooper, though, where it's like, the helmet doesn't remotely fit.
The helmet's not going to fit. They don't make proper size heads.
Well, these guys aren't stormtroopers. These guys are army, so they have those weird helmets, half helmets.
Yeah, it's still not going to fit. They only make helmets for pinheads.
Well, boss, he will say, all right, I'll head back. I'll see who's available and bring them back.
Tell Daryl to bring that heavy gun. Meantime, we're going to see what we can do to cause trouble.
All right, where do we meet?
Wonder if we could do a gas leak or something like that and have them evacuate the facility.
Looking at these images, the ATST drivers aren't wearing any armor at all. All they've got is the stupid helmets.
I'm sure they have their army breastplate.
Well, to be fair, they're not getting shot at directly, typically.
Right. Well, It's going to depend. It's going to be as close to we'll set up a rally point for them to potentially meet. Although it's entirely possible that once they get to the rally point, they're going to be like, "Oh, they're already attacking the place. Great."
You could always say, wait there until further instructions.
Yep. Here's the rally point. If we're not there, wait as long as you can. And if the mine suddenly starts exploding, you know where we are.
He says, gotcha. We'll wait until you call us. He will hold up his comlink and say,
We'll get the codes. Yep. Good to go.
I'll see you soon with some backup. He will climb onto one of the speeders and off he goes.
Whoop. Okay. Now, how do we get her robot thing in position? I actually don't think I have any payload grenades. I need to get some.
Big slingshot. Put it in a big inflatable ball.
Well, you were also not wrong with the presumption on Lux crappy droid. Is it does have contragraph?
Yeah, it could fly it over there. It might get spotted. It's a little bigger, but I mean,
Let me see. Do I have its size mod on here? I don't know. No, I do not. But it's clearly not that big. We've seen it. But yeah, it could theoretically be spotted, and if it gets shot and falls, but her droid makes it, it's just a piece of equipment.
Okay, yeah, ATST pilots, they have a one-piece grey jumpsuit with basic armor plating underneath, so they don't have the breastplate.
okay.
Yeah, it makes sense because you know that's a very cramped environment, and it's like if you're wearing lots of armor, you can't exactly move around in there.
AT-AT drivers, they still have the breastplate though. Because you see that in Empire.
Yeah, which is, I'm sure, what you were thinking of.
So they would have got stunned a lot easier. In any case.
It'll be fine. Well, actually, AT-AT pilots kind of looked like straight up stormtroopers.
Oh, right, the pilots.
But they're not. They're actually. I don't think they are. Nope, they're just regular combat drivers. They are Army. They just have almost stormtroopery helmets.
Well, it seems
Doesn't
like a lot
matter.
of the drivers have the helmets like that, so it must be functional somehow.
But doesn't matter. So we can float my Mark IV droid into, or have it try to get her little robot into some sort of position. Where is the map again? There we go. Let's see. We get okay, so we can get visual of that thing. Did we identify some place where it'd be like transceivers or anything like that on the map, which might have made a good spot to deploy her droid?
You can easily find a spot to deploy the droid. It's tiny. You can just toss it and let it walk.
Yeah, but that'll take a really long time.
Yeah, not that long.
And well, and also like you said, at some point they're going to be going, "Hey, where the hell are you? Why is Walker number 4, not responding or dropped off the thing?" Nothing else. That's where Bosco could come in as the helmet and goggles guy, as he's doing we broke down. We're limping back to base.
I will also assume that you got their designations, so I don't know what army go by. TX 115.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever established that.
Well, they're not stormtroopers, so
Yeah, I think they actually have names.
Whatever the case may be, whatever the canon is, that's what you get. His name. It just happens that his name is TX 115. That's his real name.
No, that'd probably be the Walker. So
Well, they probably have, Romer 5. They probably have some like code name or call sign while they're out on patrol.
Grey 5. Grey 5 standing by. Well, whatever his name is, you will get that. What do you do with the guys? Do you execute, or do you just say, start walking? Or just leave them to die?
this is Chicken Sticks 1 actual.
Let's see.
That's now canon. Chicken sticks.
I'm not. Bosco's not for outright murder. He would rather tie them up, maybe, and put them in the cargo bay or something like that.
You don't have a cargo bay.
There's no cargo bay.
He
Gonna
would
hang
be
him from
sad
the-
if they die, but he won't.
Strap him to the walker legs.
Yeah, I was going to say hang him from the back of the base of it like a pair of truck nuts.
I can give him. I have something here. If we want to knock him out,
That's a visual I didn't want to have.
Base.
It's an awesome visual, and they're like, "This is this sucks."
A walker with truck nuts.
So what were you saying, FX? Sorry, as we get
Oh,
distracted.
sorry. I gotta find it, but I know I have a drug here that if they fail, it puts them to sleep for like days, unless somebody.
I vaguely
wakes him
remember
up.
that.
Right. Is that going to be Bosco's frickin' his catchphrase?
Well, I mean,
I got a drug for that.
He's a pharmacist, so he's got his little med pouch or his med kit, his little traveling pharmacy.
But yeah, if we can get them sedated or and temporarily held someplace, not necessarily held but concealed someplace where I suspect the drug, if they're like doing that torpor thing, then the rebreathers will last a bit longer, and we can come back and grab them afterwards. Unless we're dead,
true.
in which case they just die. Because if nothing else, we could use them as propaganda against the Empire.
You want to take a 5-minute break?
Okay.
Sure.
Take a 5-minute break. Just want to.
Do you want to take a 5-minute break?
Yes. Buy a break and grab another drink. All right, take a 5-minute break.
Roger, break.
All right, we are back.
Yippee!
You have 2 troopers at the gate.
We're trying to walk into the mines.
Yeah, first order of business is droid recon. And then we got to figure out a reasonably concealed approach.
All right, so there's 4 troopers that sort of are on the perimeter doing their rounds. 2 stand guard at the sort of main entrance, and the other 2 just sort of wander around, checking stuff over. Every now and then they take a shot at a womp rat and miss.
Womp rats are 2 meters wide. Or 2 meters long, excuse me.
I've seen the Mandalorian episode where the 2 biker scouts are trying to shoot the can. Anywho,
Right. Droids.
Does your droid have stats for stealth?
Nope. The only thing that is, I think it actually didn't have any skills. We determined that it had like a scanning of 12
Well,
or something.
Haxa does actually have a stealth.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
Okay, give me a roll for Haxa. What's Haxa's size modifier? Do we have that?
It's palm size, so whatever
So
that would
that's
be.
probably going to be
Least -4.
-4. Size to hit a hand is -3, or is it -4?
4.
Yeah, so -4. Okay. Wow. These troopers are not paying attention at all.
Well,
they are super effing bored.
can't see a thing in these helmets.
You know, that was actually that wasn't in the script. That was actually Mark Hamill griping to Harrison Ford, and they just said, "Ha! We're going to keep it."
All right, so Hacksaw is not going to have any trouble, or Haxar is not going to have any trouble sneaking in. Where do you want Haxar to go?
Okay, so we had a map of the facility, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what did we decide we wanted Haxer to do? Go in and just
Seize
shut some-
control. Take over.
Reconnaissance.
What? You don't want it to, evolve and you want to kill all meat bags?
So we have not gotten a map yet from the people at Pallas, so we still don't know the layout of the place, so that's probably priority 1. Priority 2 is personnel, who's where inside.
Okay.
All right, so I will use your stealth roll, so we'll let that one ride. Haxar is going to map out the facility. It's quite simple. There's obviously the main sort of mine facility goes into the mine shafts and stuff, and then there's the maintenance and whatever area. As Hax wanders around, you will get a feel for the place, so you'll be able to get a sort of mud map of the facility. Can you see what Haxar sees?
No. So Haxar is just going in and will digitally map it out and save
Then
it.
come back.
Yeah,
Does
and then
he-
come back.
Does he have internal comms? Can you actually
No,
communicate?
no, Haxar cannot speak. So no sounds.
Hmm.
So so priority 1 is the map. Priority 2 is to get a head count of who all's in there. And priority 3 would also be to see if it can figure out where the prisoners, or at least get to the mines to find like the entrance to where the prisoners are and find out where they are.
All right, so Haxar comes back after a little while. I will say by this time, Ronan has returned with. We'll do a D6 plus 3. So 6 extras. That are willing to assist. You will get a map of the facility, and you can match that with what Haxar reports back. Does Haxar have like the ability to take photos and stuff?
Let me see. Haxar has
Could it maybe stream to like a laptop or a computer screen or something that you have?
No, we've already.
No.
Well, that
It doesn't
was
have comms.
essentially what I was asking, is whether or not it had the ability to transmit. But if it has a computerized brain, I believe it's got effectively eidetic memory.
Yeah,
All right,
he does.
so-
He's got eidetic memory.
So it doesn't have the ability to speak, but when it comes back, it will report in a. It's excited. Does it have the ability to speak binary? Does it tweet?
It is a disadvantage, cannot speak. So I am assuming that is
All
no
right.
sounds.
So it will come back, and while it can't speak, you can see that it is rather excited to display something. And from its little holographic projector eyes, it will display something that it saw of interest, which is this image.
So basically, when he's excited, he comes back and his front 2 legs are just kind of tapping up and down like he's dancing in place.
That works. You will see a holographic representation of that.
What the hell?
Oh my God, that is horrific. And I guess it's right about then that Ronan walks up and is like, "What the hell is that?"
It will also show you a holographic display of storeroom 02, which it's indicating is locked. So
Right.
most
Wow.
likely indicating that it couldn't get into there.
Okay.
This just redoubles Luck's mental note to shoot every single one of the scientists that he encounters. possibly in the face. The throat works just as well.
All right. So we'll have the data pad, we'll get the map from Ronan, and then we'll overlay what Haxer brought back on top of it, kind of like, and combine the maps together so we know where all these points of interest are.
Okay, you have that. And you have an approximate number of people. It will project images of dudes in lab coats, and the projection has a dude in a lab coat and has 5 next to it. It has an Imperial officer, and it has 1, and then it has stormtroopers, and it has 10 question mark.
Okay, so approximately 10 stormtroopers, 1 officer, and 5 future dead scientists. Got it.
So looking at the Dusty Base tactical map, where is the gun emplacement that you mentioned?
It's up the top. Say over here.
So it's on top of the thing?
I don't see it.
Well, let's see if I can fix that. What assets do I have?
You're just gonna stick a chicken walker up there, aren't you?
I'm sorry.
No.
It's like he's up there going, "Help me, help me."
I'm gonna watch the video later, and he's totally gonna have been right there trying to select one.
It's not a chicken walker. It's
Yeah, I'm not seeing any assets in there that make any sense either.
there's one asset that could work.
Nah, you totally just grab one of the counters, the drop gun counter, and stick it up there. It's good enough. Or that.
So what is that? Is it like an automated sentry gun? Is it a manned weapon?
There's no automated guns. This is Star Wars.
In that case, it would be like a droid if it was an automated thing.
Yeah, no. This is a manned gun, but there is no gunner in the chair.
So where it's at right now, just looking where it's at, if someone was on there, out of the 4 stormtroopers that we could see, how many of those could actually engage? I'm just curious what its field of fire is.
Let's see.
I would think it wouldn't be able to hit the ones that are near the building, just because of masking.
Where's the thing? I guess there. Of course, if you were a chicken walker or something like that, then, or something big, then it'd be able to shoot a lot closer. But that's roughly where you'd estimate. If you're inside that, it's probably out of its arc of fire.
Okay, so the yellow is that's what it cannot engage. It can engage beyond that.
Yeah, it can engage beyond that.
Okay, so because I was thinking that luck might try to turn that against them, but that's not going to be very helpful if it's all in there. So we'll probably want to get one of Ronan's people on there if possible, maybe two.
And based off their perception roll, they don't expect any trouble.
Right. Well, okay. And with that in mind, while we're waiting for her bot to do the thing, Luck is going to have sent his crappy droid up really high to just basically get an idea of if what other immediate assets are in the area. Like, so if like not on this map, we've got like 2 ATSTs that are approaching from that direction or anything like that.
Okay, well, you've got a bird's eye view of the immediate area.
And let's see. So, I guess with regards to the actual tactical assault, damn, this is going to be potentially really ugly.
Quick question. Does Tina still feel the same feeling that she had before, or is that gone?
No, you still feel that when you left this area to go get the chicken walker, that feeling dissipated. But once you came back here, the feeling returned.
Okay, so whatever she was feeling is still here. Okay.
So this is what I am currently thinking. We've got 6 dudes, I guess, in addition. So I'm going to split them up into 2 groups of 3, and 3 of them will go with Luck, and 3 will be under Bosco, since I'm presuming he has the leadership skill, while Nim can drive the walker and Tina can shoot. And once we have once we've got the initial not lock in, damn, I don't know what the word I'm looking for.
You've got 1 planning point? Do you want to spend that for some GM common sense?
Sure.
So we're taking that as spending that point?
Sure.
As part of your plan, you probably want to disable their communications so they can't call for backup.
Right. Didn't we talk about that before?
I think so. But how the hell are we going to do that? Where do we know where they're right. We did identify their thing.
Yes.
Where was that? Like, if it's not on the map, that's fine.
It's not on the map, and it is in a position outside, above the canyon sort of walls.
Right. So now we know what Daryl is doing.
Oh. He agrees.
That's not what you said.
Is too.
No.
Is Daryl good to disable all that on his own? I'm imagining Wookiee smash.
I'm perfectly fine with Wookiee smash in this case.
I think he has the skills, but if he doesn't have the skills, he certainly has the skills for smash.
see. What would those skills necessarily be? Oh, wow. It's not even on there.
Electronics, operation communications, electronics repair communications. So yes, he has the skills to disable them. Disable without smashing.
And he has a bowcaster, which is just as useful.
So he has non-violent means of disabling him.
Outstanding. Remind everybody, if you see somebody in a lab coat, shoot him in the throat. And if somebody's like, I don't know about that, just sort of pull up the hollow of the creepy ass weird shit in the biolab and go shoot him in the throat.
Do you show that hollow to the locals?
Abso-frackin-lutely. They need to know they need to know what we're trying to stop here.
They probably just saw like old Mrs. Druthers strung up in one of those tubes.
Yeah, you'll have a comment.
She made cookies for me.
That looks like Sims. What's going on here? Those bastards?
That's right. Shoot. Move. Keep moving. Keep shooting. We'll figure that stuff out afterwards and bring these Minox to justice. And then he's gonna, look at him. He's like, "Are you with me?" Let's see how that was. Okay, success by 3 on the leadership. I don't have public speaking or any crap like that because that's not the kind of person he is.
They will all fall in. Let's kill these bastards. I would say it in Australian, but I don't know if that word is acceptable on the Twitches.
Charlie Uniform November Tango Sierra.
That's the one. Quite common here.
I suspect not.
That seems to be very taboo, that word. I don't know why.
Meanwhile, the Aussies use it, all the time.
That's correct.
All right, so Nim and Tina are going to have a blast shooting things in the walker.
All right, so you're doing the frontal assault.
Well, going to stealth up as much as we can, but it probably is going to be a bit more like some of the beach assault stuff in Rogue One than we would necessarily like.
Yeah.
Which is fine because I really liked that scene. I thought that scene was awesome. Now he's going to be driving. He can't shoot. He's going to be driving. So that means Nim, you may get the possibility to stomp a stormtrooper.
That's true. I probably won't, though, because I'm a Duros.
You could kick him.
It just probably won't occur to me to do that because I'm not that aggressive.
All right, so you're going to be stealthing until such time as stealth fails.
Yes, I think that's probably the plan.
All right, so you have tokens on the map. We'll just move luck. We'll assume luck is the group or the stealthing group.
Okay, so I'm looking at the map, trying to figure out how that is all working. Okay, so it looks like this is a walkway that goes up to an upper level.
Yeah, 2 levels.
And then back here and up to another level.
It looks like
a generator of some sort.
It looks like this is the ground level, You've got a walkway that goes up.
Maybe because there's this thing over here that look like stairs going up.
I think those stairs
It's kinda hard
down.
to tell.
Let's assume the sort of catwalk structure that goes
Yep.
right up to the top.
Yep.
Um,
So we may be underneath it.
we'll assume there's a door there that opens out onto this area, and that area goes down to where the pipes are. So just
Yeah.
like a maintenance area.
Which are you better with, Bosco? Because I'm always going in with the carbine simply because well, I've got it tricked out, and also
Carbine and
it's-
rifle are going to use the same skill, I would
they
presume.
are going to use the same skill. The rifle is going to hit slightly harder. I think it's 1d extra, but it may be slightly more difficult to maneuver in cramped quarters. I think either way, whichever you prefer.
I think given that
Uh,
given that we're probably going inside and doing some CQB, you probably want to go with the carbine.
yeah, that's kind of what I was asking because I haven't really had a chance to trick them out. The carbine is just easier to maneuver. The rifle's pretty heavy.
Yep.
Now, there are multiple entrances, so where the stormtroopers are standing guard, that seems to be the main entrance, but there's other entrances, and you don't know. Oh, actually, no, you do have a map now, so you know that this building here is connected via underground tunnel.
Huh. Okay. Knowing that now,
But you would assume that those doors are going to be locked, so you'll have to do some techie Hudson runner bypass thing.
Except those guys are in the walker.
unless Tina stuck her little bot thing on one of us.
If you guys asked for it, she would, and you said you needed him, she would.
There's no way that I would necessarily think of that. I don't even trust droids. Worst comes to worst, if that's what we got a walker following us to do. It's like, I need this door open, and you just go, zoom, 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 doors open.
All right, so
Well-
those that are actually doing the sneaking, I'll need a stealth roll from you guys.
Roger, Roger. Success by 4.
Who else is sneaking?
Am I going in sneaky?
Yes, we're ground force. Yep.
I need the walker token. There is your walker. Not necessarily on the map at this point, right?
Presumably.
But luckily, it's hopefully fast.
Yeah, they can get up and go 21.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 90 clicks, almost 60 miles an hour.
So there's the stats if you need it. So stealth by 1 was the worst. Which is your sort of, you're attempting to go to the building there. Down here. All right, so unfortunate for you, these stormtroopers seem to be a lot more observant this time around. And as you are sort of sneaking along that catwalk trying to get access to that building,
one of Ronan's people is crappy.
this trooper over here will notice, adopt a firing position, and start shooting, and then blaster bolts will sort of hit the wall around you. Begin combat. Sneaking didn't get very far.
I see that.
So what is the walker's current position?
I think you guys
Then.
were like loitering back there. As soon as you start hearing gunfire, like, well, sounds like it's on.
Yeah, but loitering, how far away?
Let's say what's your acceleration? 4. Well, you decide. You tell me how far away you want to be.
So they were sneaking up to this building, and the plan was we were going to get a signal or something and come in, or what?
You would get a signal, yes. I think that's the plan.
So
you were
assuming
going to
we
come
just
in when
consider
shit
that a
hits the
signal.
fan.
So we're going to be as close as we can get without being visible because, you know, it's a friggin' walker. So we're going to have to be around a corner somewhere.
All right, so how many turns away?
Probably
I
6.
don't know. What did you give me? I guess 2.
All right, so 2 turns away.
Right. Okay. Under fire. Luck is just going to move this round to get to cover. And that looks like some sort of vehicle. I hope it isn't an explosive vehicle. So I figure he's going to have at least 3/4, maybe full, but
It's a mini gas truck.
All right, Tina's going to hold fire until we can actually see what's going on.
she's like charging up those guns, going, come on, I want to shoot somebody.
Oh god. All right.
Give me a Tina. Actually, Nim's driving, so Nim, give me a d6 roll. On an odd, you're coming in from the top. On an even, it's from the bottom.
Okay. Let's see any places we can come in from the bottom, but whatever. We assume it fits.
You were walking
fits.
casual. You were like walking around their motor pool.
All right, so you'll fit around the side there. All right, Bosco.
Bosco will. Is there any cover besides that where Luck went? Is there any other cover that I could take near me?
Not immediately. You've got cover. Sort of
Okay.
cover over there. You got cover over there.
Okay, he is going to crouch and take aim at Stormtrooper 4, who's fired at us.
Good call. As our dudes just probably are like not quite panicking, but
Okay, so this trooper will take this turn to evaluate the situation because only one trooper opened fire. I just noticed these barrels look awfully like dice.
they do sorta. That's a good roll too. That was a 6.
This trooper will be evaluating. This trooper will be evaluating. And it's only this trooper that knows what's going on. And he's going to take aim. He will step there, getting partial cover. And he seems to be aiming at Bosco. Bosco being the only one that's not not covered. What was Ronan doing? He was with his people.
He's in either Luck's sort of semi-squad or Bosco's semi-squad. Because remember, I split him up into 3 groups, or groups of 3. So yeah, he's hanging with Bosco.
All right, we'll stick him there. And Ronan's people, they were going to try and commandeer the gun. Was that the plan?
Yeah, if we could get somebody up there, but I don't think we could get anybody up there immediately. So they're like in a cluster over in this, in with us. So they're probably going to be mostly combat ineffective for at least a couple rounds.
Right.
Like they dive for cover, and maybe one of them just sprays wildly in a general direction.
All right, so Nim, you keep driving. And at the end of this turn, you are now on the map.
Is Nim going, I have got to keep this thing?
Maybe. I've got our position marked.
All right. So, looking at where Luck is, how high is this thing? Do I have line of sight on that guy?
You will not have line of sight.
Okay. So in that case, he is going to take aim at Stormtrooper number 1.
Okay.
And Daryl does something against the thing.
Tina, you're in the gunner's chair.
Ooh.
Yeah. Do I have range on that and fight on that guy? Stormtrooper.
Yeah, hover
4?
over the walker.
I think you can see that guy.
All right. So I've got the ATST up, but I can't open up the cannon. So I'll roll on my beam gunning skill.
Can you not?
So, what you do?
Yeah, I'm not able to do that either.
Oh,
Oh, you can't open it.
no, they may not be
Nope.
shared.
Right. Let me fix that.
Because I'm not sure which gun I'm using. Am I using repeating or medium?
You want the one with the biggest boom, don't you?
Uh-huh.
There it is. Medium blaster cannon. Look at that. 60 times 10.
Right. Yeah, the medium is the heavy gun, and the repeater is the coax.
Yeah, the repeater gives you an accuracy bonus, but a rate of fire bonus, but
Bigger boom. Okay. So what do I roll for skill on that?
it's going
Gunner
to be beam.
beams.
Yeah,
Gunner
gunner beam.
beams.
Gunner beams. Okay.
So that's it. -7 plus.
Well, you'd have
I
to
don't know.
take a turn of aiming to get your accuracy.
No, but it may also have that stabilized because it's a weapons platform.
Yeah, I think that just means you don't have any penalties from firing from a moving vehicle.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know what her skill level is, so she may end up wanting to, go, oh yeah, I'm gonna aim at this poor dumb bastard.
Effective skill of 12
Well, you don't.
or
You
so.
also don't have to shoot at him. You could shoot at the area.
Like
Just
these
enough for her to break its aim.
explosive-looking barrels.
You could also shoot the cannon that's up the top if you wanted to.
That is actually not a bad idea because it's going to have a size mod bonus.
So that's -8.
Say +2 size mod as well.
So -6.
-6.
Well, I can at least give it a
She
try.
can you all out as a vehicle gunner?
Yes.
So that's a +1, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or you could aim. Spend this turn aiming. And then you're guaranteed to hit whatever you shoot at.
What do y'all think? Go ahead and start shooting, or
I'd say
I don't
just
know.
start throwing shots down range. That'll get
Yeah,
their
'cause
attention, even if you
That
don't hit.
I think that probably fits her character temperament.
Yeah, do you have
slightly more.
impulsive or anything?
no? We talked about doing some kind of modified one, and I didn't get around to finalizing that. But
All
she'll
right,
go
so
ahead and start
you have
shooting.
some troopers going, yes, the cavalry's just arrived.
Oh, and I get to dash their hopes. This is great.
Fear is to the dark side.
I'll miss, but
Yeah, but they know you're not friendly anymore.
Woot woot.
They're going, what the hell? You're shooting at the wrong people.
man.
Shoot at them.
I'm
They're
a-
thinking,
I'm
oh
a-
man, that's Jack. He sucks.
I'm a stormtrooper. I miss everything.
Yeah, they probably think this is normal.
Yeah, pretty much. They're just going to stop what they're doing and like start pointing. Not, they're over there.
All right, so Bosco, you have your aim. You're going to want to hit because this guy's shooting back.
Okay. Yep.
He
gonna
has got
do-
-2 partial cover.
All right. So -2. I'm aiming. And then I think I got a -8 for range.
So -10 for cover and range. Okay, so use the cover. So 3 hits.
Pew pew pew.
So he gets the dodge to spoil his aim. Or take the
It
hit.
will spoil his aim. Let's see. No, they don't have overconfidence. He doesn't want to die,
Unfortunately,
but it's not going to help him. So, pew, pew, pew.
Did you am I rolling randomly for locations or did it all go in a torso?
It's up to you. You aimed, so you can choose center mass or roll random
he didn't take
location.
he didn't take any targeting penalty, so it's probably center mass.
Okay, so I'll just roll 3 times for damage.
I hate you.
Unless I get a really good roll and then you just multiply by 3.
No, doesn't work like that. You need to declare before you roll.
Well, I always do it this way.
Yeah, and I hate you too.
12, 18, and 15.
Alright, so the DR protects on the first one, but not the second and third.
Speaking of
And
that,
are we doing a tight beam?
You can roll 3d6, and if any one of those are a 1, then you've hit the vitals.
Speaking of
how
what,
goes
Daniel?
the dev on the DR handling?
I haven't touched that in a while.
Second shot hit the vitals.
So,
I think this guy might be in a little bit of pain.
You know what you probably want to do
6
is
is-
take
it's
that.
only doubled, right? Tight
Yeah,
beam.
times 2. Still,
FX, what you probably want to do is take the hit location table and the V chest one, and put those in your quick keys so you can always get to them.
yeah, I have all of mine on the control.
What do you mean? Get to
Hold
them.
on, let me. I can actually take a screenshot, put it on the thing.
Major wound. He will shake off the... No, yes he will. He'll shake off the major wound because he has high pain.
I have high pain too.
Let me just math that. +3 minus 5 for the vitals. Yeah, succeeded by 1, so he shakes it off. But he seems quite hurt.
So FX, I sent a thing in the Discord. It's my control. So what I basically did is I opened up the tables, and then I found the like the face and the chest and the arm and stuff like that. But I grabbed the die roll and I dragged it onto my control 1 or control 2 or something like that. So now I just hit control and click that.
I did not actually think of pulling the trigger into the quick keys.
Yeah. So, for example, I just go do. I just hit control and clicked on C3, and it automatically rolls it.
Alright, so Stormtrooper 1 is going to take some pot shots at Bosco.
That is
Wait,
bad.
what did Stormtrooper 4 do?
Ooh, actually,
Did he like dodge out of the way or
Yeah, he attempted to
he
dodge.
he attempted
He
to
lost his aim.
so minus
He took the
7.
hits.
2 hits on Bosco.
Duck.
Okay, but so Stormtrooper 4 is just kind of like shrugged off the hits and he's still there, or I just want to know what happened to him.
He's shrugged off the major wound. He's hurting, but he's still there. It's not his turn yet.
Okay, but he didn't like dive for cover or run around the corner or nothing like that.
No, it's not his turn. On his
Oh, right
turn,
now,
he'll
so-
act. All right, but you're getting shot at. 2 shots will hit.
And are these guys on a raised platform from 1?
It's slightly raised, yes.
So I'm on a raised platform. Okay, well,
So number 2
will-
can see Bosco, so he's going to go for Bosco as well.
Damn.
That's what happens when you go for cover.
they're just doing, but they weren't aim shots because they didn't know I was. They
They
didn't
weren't
see me
aimed.
last time.
Missed by 1.
Because they
He
have a
does-
-8.
Yes.
But he does have 2 that actually potentially hit.
So Stormtrooper 1 has 2 hits.
So they have.
Wait,
so
where's
they have
it?
a
How's it get
-2.
2?
So hold on. So I have a. So I know the range penalty. I don't know what that is, but then they also
So
have
it's
a
the range
-2 for
penalty.
crouched.
Alright, so the range penalty is -7. Alright, so missed by 1. So they both missed. Lucky.
Yeah, because that's what I crouched. So there's no penalty to my defense, but they have a -2 to their attack on a ranged attack.
That's fine. That saved you.
But I'm like taking shots.
You're taking shots very close.
So I'm gonna take. Oh, it's not my turn, is it? Oh yeah, it was my turn. I shot, so I can still take a step, right? I did an attack. I can take a step.
Alright, so this guy appears there. Partial cover. It is in your front. Actually, no, it's in your side hex. No, front. Your front hexes go out that way. So yeah, it's still in a forward hex on luck. So you will be able to see him without any sort of rolls.
Right.
So he's appeared there and is partial cover.
Roger, Roger.
Stormtrooper 4 is making health rolls. He will fail and fall unconscious.
So Bosco saw him wobble a little bit, and then he just went thump.
Correct.
That's awesome. All right. So he'll just say that into comms. He's like 1 stormtrooper down. So
Okay. Ronan will move to there. No, actually, he can move there and he'll start aiming. Nim.
All right. Walker is moving, and at the end of this turn, I'll be decelerating down to 4, so I can basically at my normal move. And
Well, you can decelerate to whatever. You can
No.
decelerate at twice your acceleration.
was it twice?
Yeah, you decelerate twice.
Okay. I wanted to get to the point. Well, but I still need to be with it. Yeah. Anyway, never mind.
But you don't
Regardless,
need to be
I'm
moving
slowing
at
down to
4. You
at
could
this point.
move potentially 8.
Trying to help Tina figure out the targeting system. Now that icon means the targeting system is off. You got to turn it back on.
All right,
And
so
we'll just get a
Tina's
thumbs
like
up out
banging
from
some
behind her.
buttons.
Engaging. Number 1. With all the bonuses at the...
You didn't have your... Or did you aim at number 1?
Yes.
Right.
Did that last time. So success by 8, so maximum 3 hits. And this is going for the gaps in torso armor.
Do you damage?
Brian's like, damn it. He's going to do the thing to me. So there's 19 points and another 19 points and a 16 points. Now I have to remember how gaps does that. Was it
I think
1/5?
Is it gaps halved, and then you get 1/5 on top of that? Is that right?
Right.
Well, yeah, I guess it's multiplicative, so it wouldn't matter what you did first.
So it'd be 30. So they have DR6. Are these center mass?
Yeah, roughly.
Roll 3d6.
Oh, yeah. I need to do that too. Well, that first one was a vital strike.
All right,
other
so
two
that's
are just-
12 doubles 24.
bet
Let's
that
see if
hurt
it
a little
matters. So minus
It's vital,
5, so it'll be a
minus 5.
fail by 2. So he's at least stunned. But you did damage there as well, so that's 36 plus damage there, 46.
I'm cooking him from the inside.
2 death rolls. Mortally wounded. And because he's mortally wounded and took more damage, he's dead.
Okay. Tina is going to turn the targeting system back on and actually do an aim at the big gun.
Okay. I Can I make a quick a test roll? I'm trying to see if I did that table thing right, and then I'll go.
Test fire.
I put the hit location table first. I just wanted to see that. But great.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So Vasco is going to. He's taking fire. I think he's gonna run up to that harvesting mineral vehicle thingy next to Luck and take cover, crouch behind that.
All right. To go from
Just doing
crouch, does that actually change? Is that a change posture? Does it allow movement?
Said he's starting from the crouch.
Starting from crouch.
That is not a change posture. You can do that at the beginning without it costing you any extra.
So can I stand up, free action,
Yes.
run, and then crouch again, or is that a separate action?
I don't know if you can do it twice.
We'll assume no, you can't do it twice.
Okay, so he's going to stand up and run for his life.
You can at least do that.
And then he's going to, he's positioned so that he's behind the tire, he's cover from Stormtrooper 2. And
Man, I hope those aren't explosive tires.
and then I'm dead.
All right, this guy is going to take aim. And he's going to go behind cover. Behind these dice. Who will he aim at? Can I get Luck and Bosco to roll a d6, please? All right, Luck, you're being aimed at.
Does his IRR system like go beep beep beep? You have a lock. Somebody's locking onto you with
No,
their laser.
that's still in Luck's forward hexes, so he can see it's coming. This trooper is going to take aim at Luck. Oh wow, we're over time.
Yep, I was wondering about that.
All right,
Yeah, only a little.
Ronan was going to take his shot. Is he using? He's using his heavy blaster pistol.
Oh my god.
+5. That's going to be a fail still. Nim.
Nah, shoot at that guy over there behind the barrels.
She's like, not helping.
What I was saying before is you could be moving up to 8 if you wanted to be able to stop without having to decelerate.
All right, so Luck is well, not sprinting, but moving forward really quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he is sliding into this area, so he's going to be in like full cover.
Right. Oh.
So I think that's going to ruin 2 people's aims.
Yes.
Not helping. And she'll
Pew pew.
take her shot at the big cannon thing.
We won a 3.
And hopefully I set this up right. We'll see.
Those are really pink dice.
All right. Well, it's not dodging.
That looks right. Success by 11.
Oh,
Oh God! 200 points.
That's
190
right?
points. Yep, it's times 10. 240 points. Holy crap!
These
I
are
think you blew
vehicle
the
weapons.
roof off.
They're not
Yeah, I
personal
know.
weapons.
all right. So the cannon up top just is vaporized, explodes. I wish I
You
had.
hit one of those
Biggest
stormtroopers, it's gonna
smile.
vaporize them too.
She's
Do
got
I have
the
any
biggest
assets for
smile
that?
on her face right now.
Would it be flame?
Yeah, it's too bad there wasn't
Yes.
a stormtrooper just scrambling up there to mount the weapon. Although if there was, it's not like we have any idea.
Yeah.
Well, there's probably a stormtrooper going there to man that weapon, but he's going to go, huh.
Big old chunk of
I'm
it lands at his
not
feet.
gonna go there.
Oh, why's that not working? Damn it.
Okay. Bosco's like, whoa! He hears the explosions. He's like, oh my god, that was cool.
Yeah, and you're facing that direction, so you get to see it too.
And I think he's just gonna do at this point a pop-up shot on Stormtrooper number 2. Does that mean I go back into cover, right? I pop up, take the shot, and then kind of duck behind cover.
Yes. So you're at -2 for the pop-up.
All right, so let's see. Range -6. He's gonna do an all-out attack. Gosh, I don't know if I put the -2 on my. Oh, I did. I think I have all the modifiers. It's and then he's probably gonna end up using his luck.
Well, oh, there you go.
So he's using his luck, and no hits. Oh, I got a hit. Oh, I didn't put the modifier, so yeah, I didn't get any hits.
Alas.
I missed by 1, unless I somehow missed a 1 somewhere. Maybe on brace.
All right, so
Yeah, you didn't put braced on him.
not lucky enough.
He may have actually succeeded by 0 on the first one. He didn't apply braced.
I wasn't sure if I
Oh,
would
right.
use it.
Yeah, no, you don't get braced because you said this was just
It's a
you're
pop-up.
popping up and shooting. Never mind. That only had, for whatever reason, you only get that for aim shots.
Yeah, I got to take a second to brace it. Oh man! All right, he missed.
So close.
All right, so this guy, he's going to be taking aim. What's the likely target of his aim? Probably going to be Ronan.
Is he aware that there is an enemy walker?
Yeah, but he knows he can't do anything about that. So this guy will take aim.
At what?
Ronan's going to run.
What is 3 aiming at?
Well, you don't know. Nim.
Swamp rat. He hates swamp rats. Oh, you got the medium selected. I thought you were using the repeater.
Okay, so he just did a baseball slide, so he is sort of on his butt. But as we've seen watching baseball, that means they can spring up pretty quickly. What is this going to be? So that's almost no, I guess he has to do a change posture, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, if he's prone, he's got to do change posture. Unless
Right,
you got
so-
acrobatics.
I do not think he has acrobat. No, he does not have acrobatics. So I guess
He
I
has
have to do a
jetpack.
change. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that because I was thinking about jetting over here and shooting at number 3 while I'm in the air. But I think that would be like a double action sort of thing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think so. No, you might treat it as a move and attack.
That's true. I could do it as a move and attack.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that. So I guess obviously I need to do where the hell's my thing? Damn it. I'm running out of. How am I running out of real estate? I have 2 freaking big monitors. Sorry. Right. So first thing first is the jetpack roll, which is that's actually a fail by 3. So
What's
I have
the
no idea how that
stability rating on
works.
jetpack?
Let me look, because it's sort of something we half-assed made. It was that. Hold on.
I don't think your SR is going to be 3. I don't think jetpacks are very stable.
Let's see. So it looks like I think we had no thruster pack. That's not that. I think we were using the contragrav belt as a sort of basis. So it's handling is 2. So or SR is 1. So yay, that's great.
So the handling is 2.
Yes, I did not add
So
that,
you
did I?
add that, so that
That's
will
within
be.
the SR.
So you fail by 1, and the SR is 1. So it's not very graceful, but you managed to pull it off without actually hitting anything.
Okay, so
I wonder if that would, if you fail your pilot roll, I wonder if that would negate your ability to attack.
Well, I was going to say that he may actually engage, but he's not going to hit.
covered.
He's not. Is it?
Well, sort of. Erratic movement
What's that do?
when you're fighting from a vehicle is just penalties.
Okay, what are the penalties?
Well,
No, but I'm saying
actually looking at that
on
at the moment.
a failed control roll, I'd say that negates his ability to fire. It's like, whoa, he's spending the time recovering.
Well, yeah, that's why I was saying, even if he does engage, he's not going to hit anything. So that didn't quite work out like I wanted it to.
All right, but soon as you appear, the trooper there had aim. Yeah, he's gonna be at a penalty. Let's see if it's gonna matter. You appeared there, so what's that? -4. What's your move with your jetpack?
Crap. I had that written down. Where did I have that written
Let's
down?
just say we'll use your movement. How many hexes you moved? So 7. We'll say, so the range speed will be 14. So that's -5. With a -5, that's going to be some hits.
I need you to roll that 2 more times and take the worst. And I need you to roll worse.
All right, so what was his final skill? 25 -5, so skill 20. So yeah, in all cases, it's going to be 3 hits.
All right, so it looks like I'm going to end up burning my point to take 1 point.
Okay. So he clips the rock or something like that? Your defense rolls.
Yeah, right. I get to do that.
I think since you're flying, it's going to be your aerial dodge. So
I have no idea.
half your flying skill plus your handling.
So that's
Plus
gonna
combat
be
reflexes.
6, 7, 8, 9. It's not going to be any different.
Half pilot plus handling
6,
plus
7, 8,
Yeah, I think that's right.
9.
plus combat reflexes.
Okay, so it's going to be 8 then. I'm going to be rolling off of the wrong one
I
because.
guess you could use extra effort.
Yeah, possibly.
Holy crap! I dodged one of them,
All right, so 2 will hit.
and that's where I will end up burning the point to not take any actual damage.
I'm just rolling once.
Bird.
So, what is it? 6 gets through on each.
I took 1 point. I did a flesh wound.
All right, so you are burning.
Yep.
Your shiny armor now has some carbon scoring.
It already had that stuff.
All right, Tina.
Yeah, Tina just says, "Not a big enough boom," and will at Nim and takes aim at the stormtrooper by the front door.
All right, Bosco.
Okay. He's just gonna. Yeah, he's gonna.
Honestly, he
He's
just
trying
needs
to.
to wait a second and his problem will go away.
He's gonna do another pop-up attack at Stormtrooper 2. He's gonna try to keep him pinned down while Luck does his thing.
Luck's about to get shot.
Yeah, I'm only seeing 2 more turns of combat here. Maybe 3.
Did you say he has cover, number 2?
Yes. Partial cover. -2 partial cover.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Nice.
critical failure. Is that right? All right, roll again. Don't roll a critical. This is for malfunction.
How do I roll 3?
Just roll 3 dice, or just roll the attack roll again. No, you're all good. Weapon doesn't malfunction. All right, Stormtrooper 2. Oh, he had aim on Ronan. So he's going to shoot. It's annoying that the range modifier doesn't show when I have the map fully expanded.
Oh, right.
I don't know why it does. I think it's because it becomes the background. So -7. Succeed by 11 -7, so that's 3 hits on Ronan. Ronan is going to dive, and he'll spend a fatigue. That looked like a cock die. Alright, so that will be a succeed by 0, so 2 shots will hit. I'm going to roll random hits for this, because he was diving.
Did anybody have guilt complex?
Dive only gives you a 2.
+3.
3.
Alright, so he's going to be hit in the arm and the chest. Alright, Ronan's going to be hurting. He'll be effectively out. Actually, he might be dead. Death roll. So...
We hardly knew him.
So 7 plus 19. One death roll. He's not dead.
He's fine.
This stormtrooper you are very close. He does not like a clone trooper in his face like that. So he's going to take a shot and then step behind partial cover.
You need to roll an 18.
I'm assuming that you're in partial cover there as well.
That was probably what he was sort of aiming for. Something of a mess.
All right. Shots fly past, none of them collecting.
Oh, holy crap.
But
Okay.
he'll step behind partial cover there.
What partial cover? How much?
-2. Ronan is going to roll for consciousness, but he's out of the fight. He's unconscious.
I'm just saying, a lot of smaller booms can make a more effective deterrent.
Yep, doing the same. Pew, 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 pew. Wow, really?
Yeah, but it's not nearly as much fun.
All right,
That
this
was
stormtrooper
prone.
definitely wants to dodge. I think he even wants to dive for +3.
Wasn't he aiming at somebody?
Does he
No.
care about that?
He will successfully dodge, but there's like big booms going around him.
Well,
Does the dodge apply to all 3 hits?
Yes. His margin of success determines how many hits
I
he
mean, he
dodges.
wasn't hit directly, but that would have gone right through all those barrels.
Let's do this.
What does the damage do on that thing again? Is it?
Well, it doesn't have explosive damage, does it?
No, it's got
No, it doesn't.
surge though.
But we'll assume that he gets shrapnel, but none of the shrapnel is going to pierce his armor, so...
I am disappointed.
He's checking himself. Am I still alive?
Somebody needs to remove that aim from Bosco because he hasn't been aiming for 11 rounds.
No, he was aiming.
Not for 11 rounds.
I don't know how to remove it.
The GM has to, and he keeps forgetting.
No, I've removed the aim that was on Ronan.
Bosco. Effects, aim, duration, 11.
I missed. I basically just had to get a critical to hit, but he's just doing a pop-up attack.
All right, missing. Stormtrooper 2. He's going to throw his arms up in the air. He's surrendering.
That's unexpected.
I cannot fight a vehicle with firepower of that magnitude. He doesn't want to die. Stormtrooper 3 is going to do a pop-up. He's not going to do a pop-up attack. He's just going to shoot out the side. So -5. There's some hits. 3 hits.
Well, shite.
Extra effort. Dive. Alright, so you are prone, but you will not be hit. Ronan should be skipped.
I mean, I like a big boom just as much as the next guy. Sorry, I didn't mean to kick that over.
Right,
How do
so
you
he's
drive
going
this
to
thing?
roll and engage. Maybe I can actually roll better this time. 1 potential hit. Good lord.
2 damage. So that was not to any locations.
Nope, because they can't afford to do so.
Alright, so 5 gets through. Not quite a major wound.
Tina will say, and you can't beat a big boom, and take aim on the last stormtrooper now that dude guy has his hands up.
So the guy that I was firing at, he's surrendering. Right?
He's surrendered, yes.
but I still hear combat from Luck and Luck's direction.
Yes. You can see that Ronan has been shot.
Oh, behind me.
Yes.
Okay. Is he down? Like, does he appear conscious, like moving?
No, he's not moving. He seems to have got hit in the chest, and there's a carbon scoring on his arm.
Okay, and then Stormtrooper 2, what is he doing? Like, his arms
Surrendered.
up in the air?
Arms
or
up in the air, surrendered.
Does he still have his weapon in his hand?
He will have his weapon in his hand, but it's raised.
Okay. I'm going to say in our comms to the team, I've got Stormtrooper up on the blah, blah, blah.
1
appears to be
second. Remember, it's 1 second rounds.
Yeah, Stormtrooper 2 appears to surrender. Ronan's down. Please cover. And I'm just going to like run back and look at Ronan. I
Right.
don't have time to do anything else on this round.
Okay. So Stormtrooper 2 surrendered. Stormtrooper 3 is in a pitched battle with his predecessor.
He's having a bad dice night.
Oh, actually, no. He just took a 5 points of damage hit. High pain threshold. Did I give them high pain?
Yes.
Alright, so he will shake that off. He's badass, and he's going to fire again. Misses.
Yeah, because that would have been at an additional -2.
So, pew, pew, pew. Blaster bolts impact the ground around you. Oh, he's going to
look,
die
that
now.
guy's still alive. He's surrendering. See?
Oh yeah, she was aiming at this guy.
Yeah, he's going to die.
Oh, okay. Let's see if I can kill steal. Success by 2, so maximum 3 hits.
All right. Do your 3 hits.
None of them are vitals. This is actually just straight up center mass. So first one is 13. That's pretty crappy. The next one's 17, and the final one is 15. So some mediocre damage all around.
All right. None of those were major wounds, but he's not feeling good. He's at half
man.
move dodge. I don't like his chances.
Just in time for Tina to shoot him. Set you
Yeah.
up there, Tina.
Yeah, Tina just says, yeah, it's so cute when they surrender. Is he going to try to dodge?
He's going to try, of course.
Right. Got met by 8. Holy crap. And he
All right.
failed by 8.
Roll your damage.
Now you want to see just how much it is? The first 200 points. Oh my god. 400 points? 650
All right,
points.
so
So we want to
minus
yeah.
32. No, 36. Minus 36.
He's like a red stain.
It'd be a bit more than that because. Oh wait, is that the DR that you're reducing?
He's at minus 50 times health. At minus 10 times health, the body is completely destroyed. So he basically Thanos is out of here.
Well, I don't think we're going to be getting anything from that utility belt.
And there's a big explosion there.
I'm really glad my helmet has the auto flash things.
We need a different chalk outline for vaporized. No disintegrations.
Yeah. So Tina just turns the gun back over to face the one guy with his hands up. Just
I'm
stares
just
at him
saying, if he'd
menacingly.
used the repeater, you would have hit him already.
All right, so you turn to face the guy, at which point his gun is in his hand. He will just quickly drop that to his feet.
It's really hard to pivot this thing.
All right. Combat over. Let's do a health roll. Sorry, physician or first aid to stabilize Ronan.
Okay. I've got like, shoot, I'm not prepared. I have like medicines and tools and stuff like that, so it should be
Well,
better.
do the first aid / physician roll. All right. He's not going to die. You will immediately get a D6 hit points back. No, it's 1 point back.
One.
And if you wait 10 minutes, then he gets a D6. All right. He's stabilized, won't die, but he definitely needs a hospital. I think if you're at minus your hit points, I think you need surgery.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Surgery. It depends on the type of injury. If it's like in the vitals or the head, or it depends on the type of injury. I guess GM's call.
Either
But,
way,
if it's
he
just-
needs some serious medical attention. But he's not going to die right now.
Well, there's plenty of dirt around here you can rub in it.
Does someone want to make a roll on electronics repair? Actually, no, I'll just roll off his character.
Maybe he'll be here next week.
Yeah, let's do that. You either know whether he's managed to disable the communications or not. So if he's here next week, he can make the roll. Otherwise, we'll make it then. But we'll wrap it up here.
Derp.
Everyone will get 2 points. Luck will have some more fatigue character points to burn next time he gets shot.
Yep. Well, that's my job.
I think.
Apparently, I'm going to put a point in driving.
Yeah. You've used it, so that constitutes as fair use. But my God, 200 points of damage.
Mhm.
That was just chef's kiss. Mwah.
Or 250.
It was 650 because it was 200, 200, 250.
Also,
Whoosh.
Ronnke for was it Ronan? You could determine if they're like short-term, medium-term, or long-term injuries. That might determine if he needs surgery or not, depending on his
Let's
health
do
roll.
I
a
think that
health roll.
typically applies to the crippling injuries and not necessarily generic damage.
Since he was past a death roll, I guess it stands to reason to make a health roll to see if there's any lasting injury.
He gets a cool scar.
All right, so there's no lasting injuries. He won't need surgery. But yeah, he's not healthy. Is anyone spending any points? Any business, bookworking,
Not yet.
bookkeeping we need to take care of now? Or are we good to wrap it up?
Yep.
Good to go.
I'm good for now.
All right. If you are watching this and you have any questions, corrections, suggestions, or general hecklings, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord. Please consider liking and subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Thank you for watching. Olympus out.
Bye.
Bye bye.